the production of silk textiles. While this, too, is conjecture, it is not an unlikely one. As for the workers, all we know for certain is that the silk industry employed people with high technical skills. Because of Benjamin of Tudela's travel narrative, we know that Jews were among the silk workers, and that they were considered very skillful, but they were certainly only part of the labor force. We also know that both men and women worked in the silk industry, even in the most skilled aspect of it, which was weaving. 129 In the 11th and 12th centuries the silk industry expanded. It was well organized, producing both very high-quality silks which responded to elite demand, and silks of lower value for a much larger market. It catered to both a domestic and a foreign market. The cities where silk was produced had a complex economy, and part of their population prospered whether from their investment in silk, or by working in the industry, or by marketing the null product. The urban economy. Urban expansion reached its apex in the 11th and 12th centuries. It is visible primarily in the Balkans, for Asia Minor, especially the interior, was disrupted by the Turkish advance in the late 11th century. Earlier in that century, the important city of Amorion did expand and became an important commercial center. The urban expansion was physical, as many agglomerations which had contracted severely in the 7th and 8th centuries began to spread outside the early medieval nucleus. Constantinople seems to have covered the entire 6th century site. 130 The increase of the urban population in some places was dramatic. Constantinople reached a population of 400,000. Thessalonica was certainly the second most important city of the empire, but we have no real information about its demographics. By analogy, one might imagine a Gur of about 150,000. Corinth has been estimated as having a population of 20 to 25,000 and Monemvasia one of 20,000. Other cities, like Thebes, must have reached similar Gurs. Much smaller agglomerations abounded. It is instructive that Al-Idrisi, the Arab geographer from Sicily who wrote in 1154, mentions a very large number of cities in the Balkan provinces which he describes as well populated and with commercial activity. In the Peloponnese alone, he says that there were 50 cities, 13 or 16 of which were important and renowned. He mentions such cities along the sea coasts but also in the interior. He notes the existence of 3 major cities in Cyprus, and cities in Chios, Samos, Skyros and other Aegean islands. 131 The cities of the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries had functioned primarily as administrative and military centers, refuges, and centers of ecclesiastical administration. It is clear, however, that they also acquired, soon enough, the usual role of an urban agglomeration, as places where both production and exchange of commodities took place. By the 10th century, and much more clearly in the 11th and 12th, a very large number of cities, not only coastal ones but also cities situated inland, such as Ohrid, Thebes and Ioannina in the Balkans, Euclida and Amorion in Asia Minor, played an important commercial role. 132 The fragmentary record shows that almost all the cities for which we have any kind of archaeological information were also centers of production, and that among them many more cities than we realized had large-scale production of some of these items, for the market. Furthermore, the very expansion of the urban space produced something of a building boom. Effective demand for manufactured products was concentrated in the cities. For one thing, the Byzantine aristocracy was an urban one. Elite demand for expensive, high-status items increased in the 11th, 12th centuries. Rich aristocrats and urban elites manifested a new interest in luxuries. But the urban middle class was not far behind. Its members, too, were interested in what the aristocracy enjoyed. And demand trickled down, even to less affluent people, and even to the countryside, with its modest need for inexpensive glass or metal jewelry. 133 As demand went down the social scale, semi-luxury items, or goods of good quality but not of very high cost were produced to meet it. Evidence of greater wealth. This broad-based demand for manufactured products leads not only to greater production but also to specialized and even complementary production in certain cities. See the complementarity of Thebes with its silk industry and Athens with its red dye and soap. Constantinople still occupied a special place as a great center of consumption of alimentary products and raw materials, a city where the service sector was very active, and a center for the production of all sorts of manufactured items and buildings. It still set the fashion. But the decentralization of the state 134 was mirrored in the progressive decentralization of demand, leading to the creation of provincial networks that were less dependent than before on the pull of Constantinople. The people who responded were the investors, about whom nothing will be added to what little has already been said, and the artisans. In terms of their participation in production, artisans may be distinguished into three groups: those who worked in the construction industry and shipbuilding, those who produced truly expensive and unique objects for the luxury trade, and those who produced objects that commanded a much larger market. Their activities were differentiated according to the imperatives of the production process and the markets they served. Some worked as individuals or in small workshops, the icon painters, those who made enamels, precious metal objects, ivories, that is, artists rather than artisans. 135 others were not artists at all but small-scale producers of pottery, metal objects, and other goods, who marketed their own production. Others still worked in large workshops with organized production, the mosaicists and fresco painters, potters, silk workers and glass workers in the major centers of production, quasi-industrial organization in all cases. One important general trait is high technical expertise, which is also manifested in technology transfers through the export of artisans and objects, pottery and perhaps glass to Italy, mosaicists to Kiev. 136 Their production was geared primarily to the domestic market. In the foreign markets, they seem to have held a comparative advantage in luxury and semi-luxury items, silks, half-silks, glazed pottery, perhaps glass, a promising niche, where good products could be made. But the Western markets for such products were just expanding in the 11th century, much more so in the 12th, and much depended on access to them. The Near Eastern markets were, it would seem, more active for the moment. The traditional view of the Byzantine city as a parasitic one, a center of consumption producing only for the needs of its population which spent there the surplus of the countryside, is manifestly wrong as far as this period is concerned. 137 Archaeology and closer study of the texts has established that they were, among other things to be sure, the domicile of Homo faber, active centers of production, exchange, demand and distribution. The economy of exchange had been expanding since the 10th century. In the period under discussion, it became very active. Both the commerce of bulk items, showing a deepening of economic growth, and international trade based on luxuries were on an upward trend. The increased activity resulted from the conjunction of two factors: the internal Byzantine developments which have already been discussed, and the opening up of Western European markets with a rising demand for Eastern products, especially, in this period, luxury products, which led to institutional changes adopted by the states of the Eastern Mediterranean, as will be seen below. Non-economic exchange in the form of gifts was not significant in this period. Gifts to foreign rulers, despite the reported 2 tons of gold sent by Constantine IX to the Caliph in Baghdad, and other large sums of money, were not very extensive in comparison to the overall economy. Besides, the liberalization of the silk trade led to commercialization of this important commodity whose symbolic value now became market value. 138 Scholars have sometimes argued that agricultural products followed a pattern of non-market exchange, given the existence, in the cities, of great aristocratic or ecclesiastical households, the oikoi, economic complexes of some weight. To what extent did the urban oikoi simply import the production of their own estates, thus taking a significant part of the grain trade, for instance, out of the market? In other words, how significant was tide trade in this period? 139 Grain provides the best test case. There were doubtless still state granaries, and the church distributed grain in times of crisis. 140 This, however, does not simply have the effect of taking grain out of the marketplace. Indeed, it may have beneficial long-term effects on trade, since it provides an umbrella against seasonal price fluctuations and price increases in times of crisis, and thus makes it possible for people to diversify into other than grain-producing activities. 141 Doubtless, there was some transfer from country to urban estate, but this affected only part of the grain reaching Constantinople in the 12th century, while the rest went through the normal commercial process. 142 Furthermore, considerable evidence exists to show that monasteries sold their production of foodstuffs, but also purchased what they did not produce, in other words that they were actively involved in market activities. Other landlords, such as the Archont of Sparta, sold their olive oil to Venetian merchants. 143 The demand of the megalopolis of Constantinople drew to it agricultural commodities not only from the areas adjacent to it but also from the Black Sea areas and Greece proper. There was no visible state interference in the distribution of grain in this period. An incident that took place in the late 11th century provides insights into the marketing of grain and the process of price formation. Not far from Constantinople, in the grain-rich Eldes of Thrace, was the city of Rhaidestos, then and later a major outlet for the wheat of the region. Much of this went to Constantinople by the following process: the peasants and small or medium landowners of the area sold their grain in conditions of perfect competition, numerous sellers traded with numerous buyers, both the consumers themselves and merchants who imported it to Constantinople. The price was formed by the market. The church and the urban real estate owners of Rhaidestos made some money on rents from the stalls. No transactions tax was collected by the state. In the 1070s, the Nans minister, Nikephoritses, tried to introduce reforms. He forbade the direct and decentralized sale of grain. Instead, he organized a central marketplace outside the city. All transactions were to take place there, and the state collected both rent and a transactions tax. This developed into an oligopsonistic situation, since the buyers now were a few big merchants. The results were utterly predictable: the wholesale merchants bought at low prices, and resold in Constantinople at very high prices. The price of grain, says the Byzantine historian Italiates, directly affects other prices and particularly the price of labor, forcing people to seek higher wages. Everyone suffered, except for the few merchants buying in bulk and the state that collected the commercion. It was a most unpopular measure, and was discontinued soon thereafter. The incident has been much commented upon, and often misinterpreted. 144 It was not an effort by the state either to establish a monopoly of the grain trade or to control the price of grain but, rather, a measure with fiscal intent which certainly had important economic consequences. Apart from this case, there is no evidence of any kind of interference in the grain trade in this period. Rhaidestos itself was, and remained, a free market in grain. 145 Trade and commerce certainly did not produce most of the GNP. We have suggested elsewhere that in the 12th century 25% of GNP, and perhaps 40% of monetized GNP, came from trade and manufacturing. From the 11th century on, commerce was the dynamic sector, which lent the economy complexity and which became the motor of the Byzantine economy. It integrated the domestic market at exactly the same time that the international markets acquired greater importance. How trade related to the agricultural and urban economies has already been discussed. There were numerous centers of regional trade, primarily in agricultural products. Some of them served also as outlets for a larger interregional and international trade. Such centers in Greece were, for example, the city of Halmyros, in Thessaly, where the production of the area was concentrated, and was then picked up by Byzantine and Italian traders for further distribution. The city of Ohrid, in Epirus, seems to have had a similar role. Dyrrhachion, Sparta, Patras, Corinth, were all regional trade centers with connections to inter-regional trade. Some of the very numerous coastal cities mentioned by Idrisi as having markets catered both to local trade, while others, including some of the ones just mentioned, were involved in regional trade, as may be surmised by 144. The sources are, Italiates, Ibecker, Michaelis at Leode Historia, reacting both a stability in prot rates and possibly the fact that interest rates had acquired a certain non-economic aspect, in an economy where there was redistribution rather than augmentation of resources. Sometime in the late 10th or early 11th century, interest rates rose unofficially, but in a way that made them enforceable in court, to 8.33% for all loans except maritime loans, which rose to 16.67% and loans given by aristocrats, which rose to 5.55%. A real average rate of 8.33% seems to have been prevalent in the marketplace. 157. It was now protable even for aristocrats to invest in trade, since they could make as much from straight loans as from rents, and much more if they invested in maritime loans, while the system by which one could invest funds in the purchase of a court title and receive an annual revenue, albeit forfeiting the capital, came to an end in the late 11th century. 158. The combination of these developments meant that captive capital was potentially liberated. It is certain that both clerics and monks took advantage of this opportunity, and there are indications that some aristocrats did so as well, although their investments were primarily in land. Byzantine society was in a state of transition in the 11th century. It seemed for a moment that the wealthier merchants might acquire formal political power, which would have changed the entire aspect of the Byzantine social and political system. Indeed, successive emperors gave merchants the right to become members of the Senate, that is, to participate in the ruling elite, in the second half of the 11th century. This was stopped when the land-holding aristocracy secured the throne for 100 years and more, with the accession of Alexios I, in 1081. The aristocratic view of society, held also by those who aspired to aristocratic status, like the learned Michael Psellos, became part of imperial ideology in the court of the Comnenian emperors. The economic power and wealth of the Constantinopolitan merchants and bankers, however, seems to have continued and even increased, if we are to judge by one of the few merchants known to us by name, Kallimodios, who, in the late 12th century, was both a banker and a merchant investing in long-distance trade. 159. At times of crisis, during the Third Crusade and again in the reign of Alexios III, this group emerges as one of recognized political clout, honored, once again, with court titles. 160. The Byzantine merchant of this period took intelligent advantage of the opportunities offered by new conditions. Why, then, does he not emerge as a gur of importance, and why did Venetian and Genoese merchants dominate maritime trade by the 13th century? In part the problem is simply historiographical. The officials and intellectuals who wrote the history of their time served the aristocratic state and drew their sustenance from it. They embraced and perpetuated the aristocratic ideal, which downplayed the importance of trade and considered inferior the activities of craftsmen and merchants. There were, however, other reasons, which have nothing to do with the state of the sources. Quite simply, the non-privileged Byzantine merchant had to compete with Italian merchants who had institutional advantages guaranteed by privileges, and who also were creating an extensive commercial network in the eastern Mediterranean, from Italy to Constantinople to Syria, Palestine to Egypt, secure from their bases in the Latin Crusader states. They also had, not yet a dominance, but an upper hand in the exercise of maritime violence, guaranteeing them an increasingly powerful position in maritime commerce. The capture of Constantinople in 1204 was an important step in this development. The Byzantine merchant, helped by his knowledge of local conditions, would subsequently become auxiliary to the activities of Italian merchants. 161. Byzantium and the opening markets. Trade and manufacturing grew because of internal factors. However, the Byzantine Empire inhabited a larger space where world-altering developments were taking place. For one thing, the Western European economy was quickening, demand for luxury and semi-luxury products was rising, and such products were still to be found in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. Venice and Amel, whose merchants were already in Constantinople in 944, 162 had long ties with the Christian and Muslim East, areas which were becoming increasingly potable. Eventually, in the course of the 12th century, the presence especially of the Venetians and eventually of the Pisans and the Genoese, would become weighty in the ports and marketplaces of the Eastern Mediterranean. By the mid-13th century they were dominant. This development had considerable effects on the economies of the states of the Eastern Mediterranean, in the Rst place Byzantium, which was peculiarly vulnerable, but also on the Muslim states. The sea lanes of the Eastern Mediterranean were very busy in the 11th, 12th centuries, and this necessitated new international arrangements, access to markets and ports, and institutional mechanisms that would reduce the cost of doing business. The Byzantine state played a pivotal role. Two events of the late 11th century set the stage. The Rst is the grant, by the Emperor Alexios I, of extensive commercial privileges to the Venetians. The privileges were granted in exchange for the naval help given by the Venetians at the time of the attack on Byzantium of the Norman leader Robert Guiscard. The second is the crusading movement, which began officially in 1095 and resulted in the creation of the Kingdom of Jerusalem after the conquest of that city in 1099. Italian merchants soon established themselves in the Crusader states, where they found regimes uniquely favorable to them and their activities. Syria and Palestine occupied an important place in the commercial networks created by the Italians and linking Italy, Egypt, and the Byzantine Empire. In both cases, the Crusades and the grant of privileges, there is a striking combination of commercial activity and naval power. The Italian maritime cities leveraged their sea power against the acquisition of privileges which gave them a powerful competitive edge in what had been protected environments. Especially in the Byzantine Empire, the 12th century is punctuated with acts of violence on the part of the Italian maritime cities, whenever they wanted new or renewed commercial privileges. The result was the creation of increasingly favorable conditions for the merchants of these cities, in the Byzantine Empire, in Syria and Palestine and eventually in Egypt. By the end of the 12th century, the Byzantine merchant was being edged out of areas and activities which had been his own. The Rst commercial privilege, granted by Alexios I in 1082 set the stage for subsequent developments. The emperor granted the Venetians, who were still nominally Byzantine subjects, the right and freedom to trade in the empire without paying either the commercion of 10% or a number of other charges. Furthermore, they had the right to establish themselves in Constantinople and other cities, without limit as to the time they spent there or as to the place where their activities would be carried out. In Durazzo and Constantinople, they acquired their own quarters, but were not limited to them. Thus Constantinople, where foreign merchants had traditionally been housed in Matata, was to acquire Italian colonies, whose population became stable in the course of time. 163 When these privileges were extended, in 1126, there was a very significant addition: all Byzantines who bought or sold anything from or to the Venetians would not pay the transactions tax that was otherwise required. Similar, although far less extensive privileges were granted to relative newcomers who had, however, already established themselves in the Crusader states, the Pisans in 1111 and the Genoese in 1155. The privileges were important enough by themselves. Furthermore, they were attended by, or carried in their wake, an unspoken liberalization of trade. The free trade promised in the privileges appears to have extended to the kikolimena, the items whose export had long been prohibited: gold and silver, highest quality silks, foodstuffs, salt, iron, and war materials. Indeed, we know that Venetian merchants but others as well exported both silks and agricultural products to Western Europe and Egypt. Salt and war materials, except timber, apparently were not exported in this period. Of course, once the prohibitions had been lifted, they could no longer be fully implemented with regard to Byzantine merchants either. The liberalization of trade, in the terms outlined here, took place, on the one hand, under the pressure of Italian merchants, who in any case had been smuggling silks out of the empire since the 10th century, and, on the other hand, as a result of the action of the state which gave institutional force to what the marketplace demanded. 164 The early privileges became the model for what Italian merchants sought and to a large extent received, despite periodic setbacks in their relations with the Byzantine state. Merchants need security, and businessmen need to lower the costs of their transactions. In the Middle Ages, foreign merchants carrying out international trade had to deal, among other things, with a multiplicity of laws concerning piracy and reprisal, the fate of shipwrecked goods, the fate of the property of merchants dying in a foreign land, i.e. state, or not. The states of the Eastern Mediterranean had, grosso modo, safeguarded the interests of their own SC rather than those of the merchant. This changed in the course of the 12th century, as rules were adopted which generally speaking were of similar tenor, indeed formed a common law of the sea that gave greater protection to the foreign merchant and his property. The states, then, gave up some of their prerogatives and made it possible for men and merchandise to move more freely. Byzantium and the Crusader states played an important, indeed pivotal role in this development, elaborating rules that then were adopted, in more or less the same form, by the Empire of Nicaea, Egypt, Cyprus, Rhodes, and the Sultanate of Konya. 165 The creation of virtually international mechanisms that improved the terms of trade pro'd Italian merchants, but it lowered the transactions costs for native merchants too, to the degree that arrangements were reciprocal. The question has long been discussed whether the presence of Italian merchants in the Byzantine Empire in the 11th and 12th centuries was detrimental or beneficial to the Byzantine economy. An earlier orthodoxy posited that the Byzantine merchant, who had basked in the protective warmth of the government, was destroyed by free trade, and so was the Byzantine economy. The new orthodoxy is based on the idea that the opening up of markets and the quickening of trade generally, which was spearheaded by Italian merchants, pro'd the Byzantine economy. Indeed, we have gone too far in attributing most positive economic developments in this period to the Italian merchants who, moreover, it is also argued, were too few to do much harm. 166 Neither of these positions takes account of all the facts, and both fail to distinguish between trade and merchants. In the RST instance, it is quite clear that the Byzantine economy was on an upward swing long before the RST grant of privileges to the Venetians. Secondly, the argument may indeed be made that the presence of Italian merchants, stimulating as it did both exchange and the mechanisms that favored it, enhanced positively the development of trade. But its effects on Byzantine merchants are another matter. Venetian and other Italian merchants became involved not only in international trade, not only in the export of Byzantine commodities, but also in the internal trade of the Byzantine Empire in the course of the 12th century. This was inevitable once trade restrictions had been lifted and privileges had been granted. Olive oil, other alimentary products and cloth were bought and sold on Byzantine territory. It makes perfect sense that the Venetians, profiting from the fact that they were not paying the 10% duty, were in a privileged position to buy, since they could split their profit by offering slightly higher prices. The same, mutatis mutandis, holds for their dealings with Byzantine merchants. If they split between them, however unequally, the profits from the tax exemption, it would be more advantageous for Byzantines to trade with Venetians than with each other. Initially and for a while, Byzantine merchants may have profited from such arrangements. But in the long run, the logic of the situation gave the Italians a larger share of domestic trade, thus creating a situation where profit sharing with the native merchant was no longer necessary. While it is not clear that this point had been reached in the late 12th century, the negative attitude of the Byzantine state, as well as the urban population, especially that of Constantinople, toward the Venetians and other Westerners at that time certainly has much to do with the worsening of the conditions of trade for the Byzantines. By the end of the 12th century, the stage was set. Those Byzantine merchants who had no trading privilege, and they were the great majority, were placed by their own government in a highly disadvantageous position with regard to their Italian colleagues. However, what eventually happened, which was the relegation of the Byzantine merchant to a subordinate position, was not the natural result of these 12th century developments. The conquest of Constantinople by the Crusaders and the Venetians, in 1204, played a determining role. Monetary developments 167. The main feature of the period is the accelerated expansion of monetization whose RST signs were outlined in Chapter 3. The increasing share of the moneized sector in the public and private spheres explains the impact of the momentous debasement of the late 11th century. The recovery in the Komnean period and the triumph of the Byzantine gold coin, the besant, pay tribute to the dynamism of the economy, which still supported the status of Byzantium as a great medieval power at the time of the Crusades, as well as the Mediterranean ambitions of Manuel I. The 11th century Byzantine coinage was an articulated one. In the 1030s, the Miliaresion was provided with divisions of 1/3 and 2/3 to facilitate smaller transactions. The lightweight gold coin continued to be struck by every successor of Nikephoros II till 1092. Until c. 1005 it remained outwardly undistinguishable from the full-weight nomisma. Afterwards it was clearly recognizable through its smaller diameter and thicker and its different typology. Neither the conditions of its circulation, nor its market value are known. They have raised much speculation. Although most specimens have been found beyond the frontiers of the empire, it certainly circulated within, as several documents or preserved coin weights inscribed with its name demonstrate. 168. One may assume that the state was paying at least part of its expenses in this lighter coin. The creeping debasement of the gold coinage, which had started in the 950s, continued at the same slow pace of 0.04% a year till the reign of Michael IV. 169. The nanus had now fallen into a 94 to 90% bracket. 170. During that phase, the increase in the silver content of the alloy led the moneyers to enlarge the diameter of the coin in order to maintain the full weight of the nomisma. At the same time, to save on energy and keep the striking to 2 hammer blows, they decreased the diameter of the guer's imprint on the blank. This gave birth to the characteristic fabric of the 11th century nomismata with their broad, thin blank, called nummi cifati in South Italian documents because of their triple conspicuous border. 171. Mechanically, this striking of a partial area rendered the histamina concave a peculiar and rare shape for coins, most conspicuous from the 1050s onward. The moneyers managed to master it by technical improvements 172 which testify to their elaborate metallurgical skills, which is why we draw attention to this complex development here. At that time, even the Islamic world did not know such refinements. In a second phase, from Constantine 9 monomachos to Romanos 4 Diogenes, the rate of debasement was around 0.04% a year, a tenfold increase compared to the preceding period, and the purity of the nomisma fell from c. 90% to 70%. No contemporary text alludes directly to the phenomenon. However, the special designations for gold coins which appear in monastic and other documents, referring either to the name of the emperor or the iconography or to a combination of both, were intended to rate their nanus and value them, as was done later with the lists of coins in merchants' handbooks, as we will see. 11th century writers, without citing this second phase of debasement, blame Zoe and Constantine IX for having depleted the treasury and for having started with lavish expenditures the decline of public affairs and their collapse. 173. But luxury constructions were not the only reason for tampering with money, a process which, in an era of limited credit, was the only way to increase public income. The measure may well have been prompted also by the need to nance the protracted war against the Pechenegs in the second half of Constantine IX's reign. 174. Whatever the immediate causes for the earlier alteration and this one, they do not seem to have had a negative impact on the economy. The increase which they permitted in the number of gold coins struck was matched more or less in the long run, from the 950 Stoth 1060s, by a corresponding increase in the number of moneized transactions. There is some evidence, though slight, which points to price stability in the same period. This would not have been the case if the deficit of the treasury had been the only reason for the debasement. 175 After 1068, debasement followed a much more dramatic pattern. Chronicles refer to the dire straits of imperial Nanses and to the expertise of the Emperor Michael VII in monetary matters. He understood every detail of Nantes exactly, its organization and management, how much the treasury paid to each person and how much each paid back to the treasury, the production of coins and the equilibrium of a balance, excesses and deficiencies of weight, how the touchstone worked, and how many measures of pure material each of the pieces of stamped gold contained. 176. They now mention debasement and its severe economic consequences, including the rise in prices, aggravated by insecurity, and the attempt to establish imperial control on the cereal trade in the Thracian port of Radestos. Michael VII was nicknamed Parapinox, because in his reign a nomisma bought only a modios of wheat less a pinaction instead of full modios as before. 177 In this dramatic phase, the gold content fell from 70% to a mere 10%. The process now implied adding silver, and no longer non-rend gold, to the alloy. For that reason it allowed for a much smaller increase in the number of coins struck. It also entailed an alteration of the silver coinage since access to eastern mines had been lost. Existing milluritia had to be melted and minted into white gold coins, in turn new silver coins were alloyed with copper, and the subsequent reminting of these debased milluritia into nomismata resulted in the whitish gold coins of the 1080s containing as much as 18% copper and 71% silver against only 10% gold. 178 Nikephoros Bryennios clearly describes the situation in the reign of Nikephoros Botaniates. The monetary situation in the RST decade of the reign of Alexios I Komnenos was chaotic and very detrimental to tax collection in the areas over which the emperor was slowly regaining control in the Balkans and some parts of coastal Asia Minor. 180 As soon as he could, after defeating the Pechenegs in 1091 and recovering the islands of Chios, Samos, and Rhodes, he staged a major reordering of the monetary system, which coincided with the coronation of his son John in 1092. First elucidated by M. Hendy in 1969, 181 The monetary reform consisted in the reordering summed up in Table 4. 1 below. Metallurgical constraints and the paucity of new metal explains the standards chosen by the mint authorities. The restored gold coin was not hyperpure but corresponded to the 21/2 carats average of debased coins in 1028 to 56. Its division of a 1/3, the new trachy aspirin, with 30% gold, 60% silver, and 10% copper, stemmed from the reminting of the gold coins of the period 1070 to 91. There were no more silver coins but a copper-silver alloyed one, also called aspirin trachy in official texts, but stamenon in common usage. Foals were replaced by smaller coins. This was the most elaborate monetary system of the period compared to the Western ones, which generally knew only the silver denier and its half, and even to the Islamic ones, which, though trimetallic, did not include such a wide range of denominations. It was, together with the Justinianic system, the most articulated pattern of coins Byzantium had ever had. This indicates, in our opinion, that the state wanted to provide a means adapted to a variegated scale of exchanges and not only to the simple needs of tax collection. 182. Wreaked a difference in the level of prices and more active small-scale exchanges in the western part of the empire. Byzantine money, in the form of the gold nomisma, played a major role in the eastern Mediterranean trade in the 11th, 12th centuries. The debasement of 1050 to 91 was a brief episode that apparently did not impair its reputation. In the West, Byzantius, Besant from the 10th century onward designated the Byzantine coin and even became a common word for any gold coin of the time. The Komnean hyperpyron enjoyed a wide circulation in Mediterranean trade as evidenced, for example, in Venetian documents of the period. 187 With the Fatimid dinar in the east and the Almoravid in the west, it was one of the dollars of the Middle Ages, an international currency with high intrinsic value and purchasing power. 188 With a stable quality, supported by a powerful economy. As Carlo Cipolla wrote, the triumph of the nomisma would have been completely inconceivable without the industrial and commercial power of the Byzantine Empire in the RST part of the Middle Ages. 189. The state recedes. Policies. The role of the state in the economic process underwent significant changes in the course of the 11th and 12th centuries. However, there are important chronological distinctions. Basil II, despite the fact that some of his policies were harbingers of the future, 190 was also the last Byzantine emperor to rule an expanding state with a large and centralized administration, and also the last to pursue the policies of successive 10th century emperors which aimed at inhibiting the accumulation of wealth in the hands of individuals and also at protecting the citizen and the consumer. 191. Basil II's successors, until 1081, followed different and sometimes connecting policies. The granting of privileges became more extensive, some state lands were alienated, the power and wealth of the Constantinopolitan merchant and manufacturer were recognized. In the 1070s, the large state Basil II had ruled suffered considerable territorial diminution. The grave difficulties of the late 11th century were to some extent reversed by the policies of Alexios I, who, however, ushered in a new era, which I have called feudal authoritarianism. In politics, this is characterized by the diffusion of imperial power into the hands of a small group of aristocrats who were allied to the imperial family. In the economic sphere, there is diffusion of economic power. These transformations found expression as well in the ideological concepts regarding the economy, and in the broader economic policies of the government. 192 The major development in this period is the progressive abandonment by the state of its traditional skull policy, which had been based on the collection of the land tax from all landowners which, until the 11th century, had meant primarily from landowning peasants organized in village communities. In the course of the 11th and 12th centuries, the state abandoned the efforts of the 10th century emperors to stop or reduce the acquisition of peasant lands by the dinotoi and their absorption into estates. At the same time it more and more frequently granted privileges to individual landowners and monasteries. The privileges consisted of the exemption of the beneficiary from secondary taxes or even, occasionally, from the base tax. If the estate owner was not exempted from taxation, he paid his base land tax to the state, but exemptions proliferated, until, after the late 11th century, they became systematic. Confusion and uncertainty remain in the literature regarding the monetization or otherwise of taxes and dues, and of the state economy itself. It has been argued by the same scholar both that secondary taxes and corvées, which had been paid in kind or services, were collected in cash in the 11th century, and that the tax system was less moneized in the 11th, 12th centuries than before. The conclusions of other scholars are not more secure. 193 In fact, the sources are confusing, which may be due to two connecting processes. The state was trying to increase its revenues by increasing taxes and services and moneizing some of them, while at the same time granting privileges that reduced its ability to collect the taxes it had always collected in cash in the past. The state also granted to private individuals state lands in hereditary succession, although it continued to own large crown estates deep into the 12th century. Starting with the late 11th century, some grants were given in pronoa, that much discussed Byzantine institution. A pronoa is a grant of skull revenues to an individual in return for services, military most often, but also civil. It was, until the reforms of the late 13th century, a grant limited to the lifetime of the beneficiary. The pronoa has been much discussed because in some ways it is reminiscent of the Western F, and as an institution it has been at the basis of discussions regarding the presence or absence of feudalism in the Byzantine Empire. However, these discussions are not in themselves pertinent here. 194. More pertinent is the fact that in recent years the economic rather than institutional role of the pronoa has entered the discussion. But its economic function depends, to a large extent, on one's estimation of how widespread it was in the 12th century, on which issue scholarly opinions differ widely. 195. All that can be said here is that, since in practice the grant of pronoa meant the cession of land with tenant farmers who paid all their taxes to the pronoa holder, the end result was that the treasury lost a good deal of its revenues, proportionate to the presumed extent of the pronoa system. In the absence of any possibility of numerical estimates, it is best to insist on the process of alienation of state and crown lands and revenues, the accumulation of land into the hands of individuals, the grant of skull privileges and exemptions, all processes which, with the brief interlude of the years of imperial exile in Nicaea, were to continue into the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries. Thus, gradually, in the course of the 11th century, the skull role of government started to weaken through the very actions of the state, which responded to the interests of the wealthy and powerful people, whether their wealth came from the government itself or from landed possessions. The grant of privileges, while it may have played a positive role in the rural economy, had a detrimental effect as far as the skull system was concerned, since it took some land revenues out of the hands of the state. At the same time, the collection of taxes became decentralized. Instead of imperial officials collecting taxes that went directly into the state coffers, and receiving a salary for their services, the state began to farm out taxes, a system which almost privatizes a state business and squeezes the taxpayer. Of course, the state still, and always, retained the monopoly of calculating the tax people owed, but its collection changed significantly. Furthermore, powerful individuals, whether members of the imperial family or others, received, from time to time, the right to collect the taxes of entire provinces. Finally, the grant of lands and land exemptions meant that a much larger proportion of the surplus went into the hands of individuals who then channeled much of it into the marketplace. The circulation of money was now more rapid, but it was not, even as far as the skull system was concerned, set in motion by the state to the same degree as earlier. The 11th century system collapsed in the wake of the monetary and military crises of the 1070s. The payment of taxes was reformed by electio ikomnos in a way that ensured the collection of higher taxes, paid in the debased gold coin as well as in silver and copper. The grant of land and privileges, however, and tax farming as well, continued and increased in the 12th century. The ongoing decentralization and privatization of skull services is evident in the fact that the government greatly reduced the payment of salaries in cash. Some military men and civil officials were receiving the reward of their services through the grant of lands and revenues, a situation which to some extent bypassed the central administration. In the Komnean period, state lands were reduced through grants, the collection of taxes by the state suffered a proportional diminution, and so did the expenditures of the state. The skull services became simplified. The qualifications with which all of the above statements must be made is an important part of the story. Some emperors tried to stop the process, Isaac I Komnenos, looking at state expenses and the need for military campaigns, instituted savings, increased taxes, reduced the salaries of officials, and, most importantly, took back state lands granted in a perfectly binding way by his predecessors. In this way, the SC, which was pressured from many sides to give up its own, saw its resources increase considerably. 196. Neither he nor his measures lasted long. Furthermore, there is some evidence that the Komnean state enforced regalian rights which had lapsed, the confiscation of the property of a murderer, and perhaps the rights of treasure trove, ane for rape, and the confiscation of the property of those dying in state or without heirs. 197. In the mid-12th century, the Byzantine government was still very wealthy, not only from the revenues of customs duties and commercial taxes but also from the production of state lands and the proceeds of land and personal taxes. Only a portion, not a large one, of state lands was granted to individuals, and not all grants carried tax exemption. The wealth and luxury of the court of Manuel I Comnenus was immense, the cost of his military campaigns also. A single, and unsuccessful, campaign in Italy cost 160,000 gold coins, the equivalent of 15% of the huge gold reserves left by Basil II. 198. The decentralization of taxes and the diminution of the skull roll of the state were ongoing processes, very far from completed in the late 12th century. They would become more acute after the recovery of Constantinople in 1261. What did happen, however, was that heavy and inequitable taxation, which fell disproportionately on the poorer people in the countryside, the extension of the non-state sector, and the great cost of Manuel's military and diplomatic campaigns, coupled with the lackadaisical attitude of his successors, led to a major skull crisis in the late 12th century, from which the state did not emerge. Ideology. The Byzantine state had, in the past, also played an economic role that transcended both scality and the special weight of the state as the greatest landlord. Some of the changes that occurred in the 11th, 12th centuries have already been mentioned, for example, the shift in elite demand, which in the past had been primarily state demand, but which now was diffused among the rich landowners, the members of the bureaucracy and the wealthier merchants. Economic relations between the state and the citizen/consumer also changed, in a process that began in the early 11th century. For one thing, the redistributive and equalizing role of the state was greatly attenuated. The idea that justice is an important function of the emperor remained, but whereas in the past that meant impartiality and the privileged treatment of the weak, now the concept of impartiality retreated as leniency raised its head, and the cases of leniency reported by the historians of the 11th century affect privileged members of society. An abortive effort to institutionalize justice by placing additional importance on law and lawgiving, during the reign of Nikephoros III Votaniates, is inscribed among the progressive elements of 11th century, but it did not continue. 199. Among other things, in this period the state promoted rather than inhibited the accumulation of wealth in the hands of individuals. We find directions of this in the law that governs economic transactions, and in philosophical and legal statements. The protection that had been granted to individuals who were perceived to have been excessively harmed by a transaction was under attack in the 11th century. It was still applied selectively. Some people, however, conceived the just price as a spectrum of prices, where the lowest point is 50% of the just price, but anything over that is legitimate. From this point of view, the price is regulated by the market, with the proviso that a minimum be met. Market forces seek to gain the upper hand. 200. Justice in exchange survived as an ideal. At the same time, there is a proliferation of positive comments about prot, a concept which was traditionally suspect and which, it had been thought, had to be kept within bounds. The great Simeon the New Theologian composed, sometime between 1000 and 1009, a treatise on f5:16, redeeming the time because the days are evil. In it, he uses as a parable the practices of good and less good merchants. The example to be followed, according to this text, is the actions of the diligent merchant who, in the pursuit of prot, runs risks, pays attention to his business, judges market conditions and returns home with great prots. Not a single word is breathed about just and unjust prots. The behavior that is described and lauded is a prot-maximizing, economic behavior. Other texts from a similarly religious milieu speak of the pursuit of prot and of the obligation of merchants to turn capital to productive uses. 201. A number of jurists, judges, canonists, and philosophers of the 11th and 12th centuries exhibit a very good understanding of the market, and an advanced concept of money and its uses. Among the canonists, Valzamon and Zonaras describe the use of unconventional types of association created by clerics who wanted to bypass the interest legislation. 202. Michael Psellos, the most erudite man of the 11th century, and a perfect snob, understood well the depressing effects of sudden price rises. More impressive is the example of Michael Ataliates, who was a judge as well as a landowner of middle rank, with urban and rural real estate in Rhaidestos and commercial real estate in Constantinople. He was also a historian, who wrote on the affairs of the late 11th century. His description of the affair of the Foundax of Rhaidestos, although economical of expression, betrays a deep understanding of economic phenomena. He gives a perfect description of the effects of oligopsony and oligopoly. He also makes a more sophisticated point of economic analysis, that a price rise in inelastic commodities, grain in the case in point, exercises an upward pull on all prices as well as demand for higher wages and salaries. 203 other intellectuals of the 11th and 12th centuries were concerned with the formation of prices and wages as a function of supply and demand, and with understanding the role and function of money in the economy. In the 12th century, Michael of Ephesos wrote a commentary on the FTH chapter of Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics that subsequently was much read by Western medieval theorists on money. While he followed faithfully Aristotle's text regarding justice in exchange, commensurability, and the common measure of value, and while he regarded money primarily as a medium of exchange, he made some important departures from the Aristotelian text, in particular on money as a measure of value. Basically, he tried to understand the economic processes that lead to price formation, and saw them as interconnected parts of a whole that is subject to change. For Aristotle, the common measure of value was krya and money was, in some way, a substitute for it. For Michael of Ephesos, krya is not stable but changes, money measures it and its changes. In context, this must be taken to mean that the just price is the market price. He also, impressively for a medieval society, understood the value of money not as something intrinsic, which would have been natural in an economy with coins capable of being devalued, but on the one hand as established by human convention and, on the other, as a commodity, whose value changes according to the supply and demand for commodities. Equally interestingly, he nds a new role for Aristotle's corrective justice. It is to guarantee the contracts which have been concluded with the free will of the parties, a truly original approach. 204 Thus the Byzantine state, formerly conceived as the judge who guarantees just exchange, becomes the legal authority that safeguards the sanctity of private contracts. An anonymous jurist who wrote, c. 1140, a commentary on the RST 10 books of the Basilics, also insisted on the role of contracts. He further argued that interest on loans is the prod of the money lent. Thus, he conceived of money as capital in some sense. 205 The possibility of creating value through the investment of capital appears here in advance of similar developments in Western Europe. There is thus a confluence of new ideas. Money is seen in its various roles as medium of exchange, as conventional measure of value, as commodity, and as capital. Freely negotiated economic agreements have not only legal but almost moral force. The state functions as the guarantor of economic agreements. Prod acquires positive connotations in unexpected texts. There was no full-blown social theory based on the acceptance of the pursuit of prod, and traditional ideas that saw spiritual and moral danger in mercantile activity and in the pursuit of prod existed at the same time. In a medieval Christian society, the traditional ideas had long-lived resonance. But that ideological innovations appear in this period shows the shifts that were taking place in the Byzantine economy. The role of the state in the economy receded not only because the state gave away part of its sole prerogatives but also because market operations had become important in structuring the economy and even, to some extent, economic ideology. Economic power was no longer heavily in the hands of the state. The motor of the economy was no longer the centralized state, it probably was the economy of exchange. The phenomenon is particularly clear in the 12th century and has parallels in the transformed character of the state. The Komnean state lost the absolute character which in the past had been embodied by the emperor and his functionaries. Its imperial power became diffused, as parts of it were embodied in the various dignitaries who drew their power from their biological proximity to the emperor. 206 Therein lay a grave danger for the economy, for the people who shared in the imperial power were, as a group, grasping and self-serving. The political failure of the Komnean system undermined the evolving economic system. Conclusion. Byzantium in the 11th and 12th centuries exhibits some aspects of pre-industrial intensive growth. It has been seen that there was increased production in the countryside, and intensification of activity in secondary production. Our limited evidence indicates that there was probably a secular increase in the per capita income, clear both in the accumulation of wealth and in the notable well-being of merchants and the richer artisans. The growth of trade, fostering division of labor, was an important engine of this development. Parts of the economy continued to grow in the 13th century, notably the agrarian economy, but one can no longer speak of systemic or intensive growth after the dissolution of the Byzantine Empire in 1204. The interruption in the development of the Byzantine economy came about both because of internal disabilities and because of political failure. As far as the RST factor is concerned, there was, as yet, no Malthusian bind. Rather, there were limiting factors. One was the usual pre-industrial phenomenon that the effective demand exercised by the bulk of the population was, still, low. Another was the fact that access to international markets, which might have absorbed the manufactured products and further stimulated production, was becoming RST facilitated and then blocked by Italian traders who acted from a privileged position. The political failure was multiple. Most of the successful adjustments of the Byzantine state to the new economic conditions had taken place in the course of the 11th century, including the early years of Alexios I. The only major adjustments of the 12th century concern the development of maritime and merchant law. For the rest, the ruling Komnean clan exhibited an extractive behavior that alienated its subjects, especially in the provinces. Furthermore, the political elite undermined the progress of the dynamic commercial sector in two major ways: RST, by cutting off the participation of men of affairs in government, and secondly by placing them in an unfavorable situation compared to privileged individuals and groups. The third failure of this extractive ruling class was fatal. By alienating both Western merchants and other Western powers, in the late 12th century, they made possible the conquest of Constantinople and the dissolution, for nearly 60 years, of the Byzantine Empire with Constantinople as its capital. V. Small state economics. Problems of periodization challenge the historian of this broad period even more than of the ones preceding it. Because the Byzantine Empire had been an organized political unit that played a powerful role in the economy, economic developments were strongly affected by political ones. And they are dramatic. Constantinople fell to the members of the Fourth Crusade in 1204. This constitutes the RST framing event of the 13th century. It resulted in the dissolution of the political space, never again reunited until the establishment of the Ottomans in Constantinople/Istanbul. There are, thus, powerful elements of discontinuity. Yet economic factors develop over the long term, and it takes a while for them to be affected by political events. So certain sectors of the economy exhibit patterns of production and distribution similar to those of the earlier period, through the early part of the 13th century in the case of pottery production, until the late part of the century in the case of agriculture. Others, like silk cloth manufacturing, declined early. Therefore, the dividing line between this period and the previous one depends on what aspect of the economy one examines. Some scholars have written of a long 13th century in Western Europe, hard to date because it is notional. It refers to the temporal duration of a unique set of forces, the forces of expansion. One in Byzantium, the equivalent might be the long 12th century. At some point, there began the lost 13th century, a period in which the economy of the Byzantine or formerly Byzantine territories was unable to profit from the positive effects of Western markets and, instead, eventually relinquished control of commerce and manufacturing to the Western Europeans, most particularly to the merchants of the Italian maritime cities. The dominance of Italian merchants in the Eastern Mediterranean is the second important framing factor. The role and importance of scale. After 1204, The empire was succeeded by a number of small states. Westerners created states or enclaves in parts of imperial territory. The Greek successor states were the Empire of Nicaea until 1261, the Empire of Trebizond, and the so-called Despotate of Epirus. The Slavic lands, Bulgaria and Serbia, once parts of the Byzantine Empire, became independent shortly before the Fourth Crusade and remained independent until the Ottoman conquest, fragmenting into smaller units. We thus have small-scale states in a fragile, unstable system whose logic was toward warfare. The emergence of small successor states resulted in multipolarity tending toward fragmentation and then pulverization of political power. Everything was small-scale, starting with the size of the state and the impact of elite demand. Small states followed small state economics. The global cost of government was high, royal or imperial courts multiplied, even though each one was much poorer than the Komnean palace, there was competitive spending on buildings, and the competition for income or resources necessitated expenses for military action. Meanwhile, the resources of the various states dwindled and their role in the upkeep of infrastructures declined or disappeared. 2. There was a proliferation of weights and measures, eventually of coins, and of legislation, all of which raised the costs of doing business compared to the earlier period of a national market. 3. In terms of production, agriculture eventually suffered from constant insecurity and warfare, some due to competition among the various states, some to incursions from outsiders, Tatars in the Balkans, Turks in Asia Minor and eventually also in the Balkans. Resources, land, cattle, and liquid capital were transferred from one group of people to the other in the course of wars or raids, while much capital was destroyed in the process. Nevertheless, agriculture was the last to be affected in terms of structures, with the rather important exception of the fact that, after 1261, the properties of the state became progressively much reduced. Manufacturing became small-scale. The participation of Byzantines in interregional and international trade diminished, although in local and regional trade it may have increased. Differential regional development, already underway in the previous period, was reinforced, as particular states followed different policies in agriculture or trade. Furthermore, as various regions became inscribed in subsections of the Mediterranean trade system, their agriculture and industry were affected. Latin Peloponnese and Cyprus had a distinct development from Byzantine Macedonia. The Byzantine economy suffered from all of these developments, as well as from the permanent loss of resources. The independence of Bulgaria and Serbia meant that cereal-producing and cattle-producing areas were no longer a part of the Byzantine economy, while some of Byzantine Macedonia came under Serbian control after 1282, the loss of Cyprus and Serbia meant the loss of copper and silver mines. After the early 14th century, the grain of the Bulgarian coast was no longer part of a domestic, Byzantine exchange system, even as it entered the international market. Furthermore, the Byzantine economy, such as we have seen it in the period down to the end of the 12th century, was disaggregated during the period of Latin occupation of Constantinople. After the re-establishment of Byzantine sovereignty in that city, it became partially articulated once more through the diminished, but nonetheless present role of the state, as well as through the existence of a rational integration of agricultural production, industrial production, and marketing activities. However, all of that unraveled in the last 100 years of the formal existence of the Byzantine state. In these circumstances, the question arises whether one may any longer speak of a Byzantine economy, and to what areas such a description might apply. The answer has to be hedged in so many ways that perforce it becomes conventional in the primary meaning of the word, that is, based on agreement. As Byzantine economy we will understand the economy of areas which were Byzantine before the Fourth Crusade and eventually became reintegrated into the Byzantine state after it had been reconstituted with its capital in Constantinople after 1261, broadly speaking, the coastal areas of Asia Minor until they fell to the Turks, Constantinople itself with its Thracian hinterland, Macedonia, the lands of Epirus and Thessaly, the islands of the eastern Aegean, and the despotate of the Morea. Diverse regional development is evident here too, and will be treated to the degree allowed by the length of this book. To what extent this was a national economy will be discussed in the section regarding the state. As for chronology, the major points to be taken into consideration are, the conquest of Constantinople in 1204, the period of the Empire of Nicaea, the period from 1261 until the middle of the 14th century, and the period from c. 1348 to the null capture of Constantinople by the Ottomans, in 1453. Discussion of developments in Latin-held parts of the Old Byzantine Empire will be kept to a minimum, and used for comparison only. Otherwise, this chapter would become too long and diffuse. Demography. The secular demographic trend seems to have continued for a time. On the other hand, the virtually constant hostilities and wars took a toll. In the late 13th century, we see both evidence of new settlements and, on the contrary, the signs of abandonment of settlements. The demographic information one may glean from sources that admit statistical analysis is also mixed. A Malthusian impasse seems to have been reached in the late 170s. The Byzantine economy. 13th century, new settlements were then mostly in marginal lands. In Macedonia, where population movements may be traced with some certainty, the population maximum was reached either in the early 14th century or a little later. Certainly, the population was already declining by the 1340s, before the plague. In the second half of that century, the population suffered a precipitous and catastrophic decline because of the combined effects of recurrent outbreaks of the plague, invasions, wars, and civil wars on an already weakened population. For the overall effects of the plague were of the classic variety, but exacerbated by political instability and warfare. The prosperity of the majority of the population, the peasants, followed a curve whose slope might be expected from what has been said about population movements. The first half of the 13th century was relatively prosperous for the peasantry of Asia Minor, while in Macedonia and the Peloponnese signs of a modest prosperity continue into the latter part of the century. Then, in the first half of the 14th century, the visible wealth of peasant households begins to decline, although the agrarian economy was still well articulated. After the middle of the 14th century, some peasants become rich in land, some even in cattle, but one may not speak of prosperity in such difficult circumstances, whatever the equations beloved of the dismal science. Primary production. Agricultural resources and production. Polyculture and polyactivity still prevailed. 6. Nevertheless, there are regional differences and a certain amount of specialization, due in part to endowments in natural resources and in part to the demand exercised by the Western European markets, to which part of the production of the region was increasingly exported. Byzantine Asia Minor had its heyday during the last arid period, partly because the efforts of the Emperor John III Vatatzes made the area self-sufficient in grain, olive oil, and animal products. Nicaea was even able to export grain to the Seljuks in times of crisis. Cash crop-producing assets, mainly olive trees and vineyards, were important, and were partly owned by peasants. Production in the Morea, both the part held by the Byzantines and that held by the Angevins until 1377, was geared around olive oil, for which it was famous in Europe, wine, and silk, which was exported to Italy. Interestingly, raw silk production appears to have ceased in the area around Corinth. The Morea also produced wool, cotton, and linen, and exported dyes tufts, mainly kermes and acorns, for the use of tanners. By the 1420s, however, the production of the peninsula had fallen off grievously. 7. Thessaly was primarily grain-producing, but also raised cattle and horses, while the area around Volos produced wine. Epiros, a mountainous area, had a well-developed animal husbandry sector. Its population raised cattle, horses, and a great number of sheep. 8. Macedonia and Thrace are the paradise of polyculture. They produced grain, some of it still exported to the west even in the 15th century, less than 10 years before the capture of Constantinople. Imperial agents and imperial officials were involved in this trade, which may have been the commercialized grain production of lands belonging to the imperial family. 9. Around the middle of the 14th century, Francesco Balducci Pigalotti praised the wheat of Rodesto as being the best in the East. But the landowners and peasants of Macedonia also raised sheep and cattle and horses. Animal husbandry was a profitable activity, and a necessary one. Not only were the beasts marketable, but animals, as has long been observed, functioned as protein reserves at a time when poor weather conditions could be expected to damage the crops with depressing regularity. The importance of animal husbandry is attested by the high value placed on meadow land that produced fodder for the winter. It was considered more valuable than RST quality arable land. 10. Fruit trees, including mulberries, grew in Macedonia, as did vines that produced good and marketable wine. The Chalkidiki had olive trees, although Macedonia was not a heavy olive oil producer. Fishing and beekeeping supplemented the caloric needs and the peasant budget. Linen, cotton, and axe were industrial crops. The products of wood and forest were marketed, as they had been for a long time, and salt was produced in both Macedonia and Thrace. Salt was also produced in Naupactos, in western Greece, on the Black Sea coast, in Crete, the Peloponnese, and Cyprus. The Byzantine official Alexos Apokaukos, in the RST half of the 14th century, made a fortune from the management of the state-owned salines. Mining activity might be mentioned in the context of primary production. The Byzantine state lost, in this period, the precious metal mines of Asia Minor, as well as the copper mines of Cyprus. The great new development in the general area was the exploitation of silver and gold mines in Serbia, centered around the area of Novo Bordeaux and manned by German miners. The expansionist policy of successive Serbian kings in the 14th century was underwritten by the production of these silver mines. The area of Sidero-Kazaya, in Chalkidiki, produced iron in this period, and iron mining and smelting furnaces are found in other parts of the empire. 11. The Byzantines, however, lost out on the most profitable development in mining. In the course of the late 13th and 14th centuries, indeed, until the 1460s, fortunes could be and were made in alum, a general name for a number of white astringent mineral substances. Alum xes the dyes in cloth and lends brilliance to the colors. It was therefore essential to the rapidly developing textile industry of Western Europe, especially in this period when brilliant colors were in fashion. Alum was produced in Egypt, but the best quality was mined in Asia Minor, Colonia and other parts of the Pontic coast, Phaeacia and Cutahia, as well as in Thrace and the islands of the Aegean. In 1275, the Emperor Michael VIII granted to two Genos brothers, Manuel and Benedetto Zaccaria, the alum mines of Phaeacia. The Zaccaria made a vast fortune based on, but not limited to, alum, and the Genos virtually monopolized the extraction and commercialization of the mineral. Thus, a major potential source of income was turned over to the Genos. The alum mines of Phaeacia lost their importance only with the Turkish conquest. Providentially, alum was then discovered in Tolfa, on papal estates. Landlords and peasants, production and investment. Most scholars argue that the large estate continued to spread in the 13th century and after, although, following the arguments of the same scholars, one would think that it did not have much further to go. The state no longer owned very extensive domains, but there were some very large estates, both lay and ecclesiastical, in this period. The property of someone like John Canticus, a great aristocrat who usurped the throne, was probably the largest held by an individual. Much of his property was located in the rich Strymon Valley, in Macedonia. He claimed to have lost, in the course of the civil war of 1341–54, 1,000 pairs of oxen, 50,000 pigs and 70,000 sheep, which must have produced a prodigious quantity of wool. 300 mules, 500 donkeys, 500 mares and 200 camels completed the animal resources of his estates. He does not give the size of his properties, but does speak of an incredible quantity of crops, as indeed one would expect from estates cultivated with 1,000 pairs of oxen. 12. These statements paint a doubtless exaggerated but compelling picture of a very large estate. Such wealth was unusual among laymen. Collectively, it was the monasteries that were the largest landlord in this period. The monastery of Lavra, the richest monastery of Mt Athos, is a good example. In 1321, the monastery possessed 185,000 modioi of land in the themes of Thessalonik and Strymon and the island of Lemnos. Its annual skull revenues, consisting of the dues of the paroikoi and various tax exemptions, amounted to 4,000 gold coins. Its economic revenues would be in the order of magnitude of 4,300 to 4,900 gold coins. 13. There were also, however, a considerable number of proprietors, urban or rural, that is, living in cities or in the countryside, with much smaller properties. These were pronoa holders, or landlords with limited lands but with skull privileges, or urban dwellers who nevertheless owned land in the countryside. This last category includes merchants, such as Theodore Caravaz, who redacted his testament in Thessalonik in 1314, and who owned 61 modioi of vineyard, but very little arable land. 14. Furthermore, there were peasants who both owned and farmed land, and who seemed to have been in a condition of dependence on large proprietors, without being termed paroikoi. Was this dependence political or economic? 15. It is therefore best to qualify the statements about the expansion of the large estate, and to speak instead of a continuum. At the one end there would be the very large proprietors, exemplified here by Kantakisnos and Lavra. The middle of the spectrum would be occupied by middle-sized proprietors, for example Theodore Skaranos, 16 people who held lands either in full possession or in pronoa. 17. With or without privileges, peasant cultivators who might own arable, and most often would own vineyards, formed the largest category in terms of numbers, and peasants with virtually no resources occupied the other end of the spectrum. It is to be noted that the peasants in the last two categories could be either paroikoi or small-scale free proprietors or people who owned only their labor. In terms of ownership and the process of production, then, there is considerable variety, and the Byzantine countryside presents a much more complex picture than is usually painted. There are economic implications in this picture in terms of investment in the agrarian economy, in terms of the appropriation of the surplus and, as a result, in terms of the disposal of the products. What follows obtains primarily for the period until the disarticulation of the economy, which started in the 1340s. In terms of investment, what was protable to the great landlord was different from what was protable to middle and small proprietors. Large landlords showed a marked tendency not only to enlarge but also to rationalize their holdings. We know this especially of large ecclesiastical landlords, for whom the accumulation of property through donations, by the state or individuals large and small, and through purchase, or the gifts of people who entered a monastery, was easier. They sought to buy or acquire through donations lands that were contiguous to their existent holdings. The economic benefits are obvious, since transportation costs between various parts of the domain are minimized, and the costs of management are reduced. A prime example of such rationalization of property ownership is the monastery of the Great Lavra, whose arable and vineyards increased considerably between 1300 and 1321, and which sought to acquire continuous parcels of land. 18. Similar was the case of the monastery of Iveron, and other monasteries. 19. Large landlords or the state had exclusive rights over uncultivated areas. Insofar as activity in the cultivated areas is concerned, landlords invested both in cereal cultivation and in cash crops as well as in agricultural capital, such as mills, as they had done in the earlier period. Estimates have been made of the yield of investments in these various enterprises. It has been established that investment in cereal cultivation, primarily in the form of land clearance or improvement, as well as investment in oxen, draft horses, and equipment, was primarily protable for large estate owners, since the marginal prot per unit was rather small and protability was thus a function of size. 20. It is not surprising that the best-known example of investment in the organization of cereal production is that of the Emperor John III Vatatzes, or that, in his effort to increase the agricultural production of the Empire of Nicaea, he granted estates to large proprietors, namely, the monasteries, thus enlarging the size of units. 21. To this should be added the fact that the protability of cereal cultivation for large proprietors was enhanced when the state donated a captive labor force, and also extended skull privileges to the proprietor. This of course applies also to privileged landowners of middle size. It is not accidental that fertile plains which were given over to cereal cultivation were also the locus of large proprietors. Investment in cash crops was both more protable per unit and accessible to a greater variety of people. 22. Vineyards require land clearance, cultivation, and patience, since the vine would take about 20 years to bear fruit. Investment in vineyards was made by landlords, and for good reason. In the early 14th century, the price of vineyards was 5 to 10 times higher than that of arable land, while their skull value was 8 to 12 times higher than that of the best quality arable. 23. This was also an area for peasant investment. Occasionally, the investment was very considerable indeed. Sometime before 1300, the inhabitants of Avramadan, a village in the Chalkidiki which was, then as now, a wine-producing area, cleared and planted 400 modioi of vineyards. 24. In other cases, investments were more modest. Where the vine grows, the great majority of peasants owned vineyards, whether by inheritance, by purchase, or through their own investment. In Macedonia, in the 14th century, more than 3/4 of households owned some plot planted with vines. In the RST half of the 14th century, among the paroikoi of the village of Gamata that has been studied as an example, the Gini coefficient, which measures inequality, ranged between 0.406 and 0.54525. This is a far more equal distribution than that of any other resource, and shows the importance of the grape both as a source of calories for auto-consumption and as a cash crop. Most plots were small, but peasants with vineyards of 20 modioi or so are also attested. It has been argued in the previous chapter that the possibility of the peasant investing in vineyards could not have come about unless changes were made to the traditional status of the paroikos. In the 13th and 14th centuries, further institutional/juridical developments took place on the ground, in the perennial process of negotiation which, in various forms, characterizes agrarian relations in the Byzantine Empire. When a peasant created a vineyard on his own land, it was his property, on which he owed tax. 26. What was problematic was the status of vineyards cultivated on the land of someone else, whether the landowner whose paroikos the peasant was, or a third person. These were considered improvements of the land, and in such cases the law would require that the vineyard belong to the owner of the land. In practice, however, various arrangements were made, on the informal understanding that the investment of cash or labor on the part of the person effecting the improvement created a presumption of ownership. Most frequently, the resolution of the dispute gives the investor rights of exploitation and indeed of ownership, whether full or, more often, partial, in which latter case the prots would be shared with the master of the land. 27. Intentionally or not, these arrangements promoted investment in revenue-producing assets. Indeed, the state itself was interested in facilitating such investments, since it either did not tax or taxed at very low rates the new lands cleared with the labor of paroikoi. 28. The basic unit of land exploitation, as opposed to ownership, continued to be the peasant household, consisting, typically, of the householder and his/her immediate family, although, following the family cycle, there were vertically or horizontally extended households at various points, and also joint households of brothers or, at most, RST cousins. 29. Statistical studies of the property of paroikoi have shown that the majority of households owned no oxen, rather few owned a full team. This necessarily implies that there was cooperation among the peasants, It is also known that landlords had their own teams of oxen, which they presumably made available to the peasants. Most households would own a piece of vineyard, presumably also a garden. Some would own fruit trees and olive trees. Sheep and goats were extremely unequally distributed, but no yoke under 4 animals is registered, which suggests that a couple of sheep or goats were neither recorded nor taxed, neither were pigs or hens. 30. The ownership of arable by paroikoi varies very considerably from domain to domain, and landlord to landlord. In some villages, the paroikoi seem to own no arable. In others, they might own an average of 25 to 50 modioi, land sufficient for survival. The question of land ownership is connected to questions of the form of land exploitation and the distribution of the surplus. When a paroikos owns land, he cultivates it in the way which is most advantageous to him. He pays tax on it, to the landlord, now, no longer to the state, and the tax is usually estimated at 1 hyperpyron per fty modioi of land, a somewhat, but not significantly, lower rate than that for RST and second-quality land in the 11th century. 31. The budgetary surplus, after payment of the tax, belongs to him. Similarly, he keeps the surplus, after tax, of vineyards and all other property he holds. On the land he leases from the landlord he pays a rent, typically, in this period, as a share of the produce, 1/3 on cereals on the threshing oar, 1/2 of the new wine, and he incurs all of the expenses of cultivation. This, as we have argued, is the optimal arrangement as far as the landlord-peasant unit is concerned. 32. Finally, almost all peasants owe corvée labor, although its extent varies widely, from 12 days a year, to 24 days, to a single instance of 52 days. Unless they were commuted to cash payments, as sometimes happened, corvée services were used for the cultivation of domain lands, the most profitable part of the enterprise for the landlord. What emerges is a mixture of land tenures and modes of cultivation. As in previous centuries, so also now the Byzantine estate did not have a large domanial preserve cultivated by labor services. It has been estimated that if they owed 24 days of labor, the peasants could cultivate a maximum of 20 to 24% of the lands of the monastery of Lavra, quite a generous estimate. 33. With 12 days of service, this would drop precipitously. Indeed, labor services would then be limited to periods of high activity, sowing or harvesting. The direct exploitation of the domain was a limited activity indeed. The variability of modes of exploitation, division of the surplus, and sources of revenue may be seen in the example of the village of Morrison, which encompasses many of the possible permutations. The village had belonged to the state until, in 1322, the emperor granted 1/3 of it to the monastery of Alandar and 2/3 to a hospice. The information comes from the third that belonged to Alandar. We end here 3 clearly differentiated modes of land exploitation and surplus distribution. All of the peasant households own arable, mostly in sizable plots. This they cultivate and pay tax on, as they do on their vineyards, gardens, mills, animals, and other possessions. Exceptionally, the majority of households own oxen, almost half owning a full team. The landlord's portion, consisting of 100 modioi, is divided into 2 parts. Almost 30% of it is under direct exploitation, cultivated by labor services. The surplus goes to the landlord in full. The rest is shared out in sharecropping arrangements, and therefore the surplus is shared between the landlord and the peasants, the registered paroikoi or others. Clearly, this is a rich domain, and the peasants are well off. While the distribution of wealth is not typical, nevertheless the combination of arrangements, the fact that the paroikoi both owned property and owed labor services and rented land, and that they paid both school dues and rent is a characteristic situation, and one that would have been very peculiar in Western Europe. 34. How productive was the Byzantine agrarian economy in the 13th and 14th centuries? It may be said with some certainty that when extraneous factors did not intervene, it was quite productive. Monasteries and landlords grew rich from agriculture. The peasants less so, since they were the RST to feel the negative effects of the balance between population and land in the late 13th century, and since the exploitation of the peasantry may have increased. Nevertheless, peasants sold their produce to merchants, both local and Western. If they paid their rent in kind, they profited less from the marketability of agricultural products than did the landlords, who in any case had easier access to the market, yet some peasants were able to supplement their income not only from cash crops but also from artisanal production. Those rich in sheep and goats must have marketed the raw wool or yarn, as they did woolen cloth. Small rural fairs, usually associated with a monastery, dotted the Byzantine countryside until the 1340s, and here too peasants marketed their production. 35 And, certainly, the landlords were able to sell a part of their surplus both in the urban markets and to foreign merchants. There seems to have been a relatively thriving commercial network in the Balkans, and Western merchants sought to buy Byzantine wheat and wine, although the Rst2 Palaeologan emperors tried to impose restrictions on the purchase and export of grain by Westerners. 36 It is in the sense that we consider the Byzantine economy to have remained articulated through the Rst half of the 14th century. However, extraneous factors did intervene. Byzantine Asia Minor fell prey to Ottoman incursions in the late 13th century, and within a few decades its territories had been rapidly reduced. Some of the population had agricultural activities were disrupted in the short term. In the European provinces, periods of insecurity were frequent. Starting with the late 12th century, the Byzantine-Bulgarian frontier was the scene of incursions and wars. The economy on either side was disrupted, as may be seen by the interruption of coin circulation. Repopulation occurred after the Ottoman conquest. 37 Tatar incursions disrupted the agriculture of Thrace in the 1320s, the Catalans did the same for a brief but terrible period, and the civil wars that became endemic after 1321 brought both insecurity and destruction of resources. But these disruptions do not begin to compare with the catastrophes that struck in the late 1340s and continued unabated until the end of the empire. As a result, the countryside was depopulated and the agrarian economy became disarticulated, as did the entire economy. Land became worthless, and was not even taxed in the 15th century. The loss of productive capacity affected the landowning aristocracy as well, large numbers of whom became impoverished. They had won, in the Great Civil War of 1341–54, a Pyrrhic victory that left them dispossessed and weak. The most secure productive units remained the monasteries, especially those of Mt. Athos, which were able to receive privileges from successive conquerors. But even their production diminished for lack of manpower. 38 An excavated village of this late period in a region in Latin hands, between Thebes and Athens, provides interesting information. The area was very unstable politically. The village of Panacton was created on a defensible hilltop, and had a stronghold with a large tower, part of which remains in place. The settlement lasted only for about 100 years, from sometime in the 14th century to the middle of the 15th. Its economy clearly rested on agriculture. The pottery, metal, and glass NDS show a modest economic differentiation among the peasantry. Most of the coarse pottery for household use was made locally, in the area of Thebes, whereas glazed pottery, mostly found in the church, is similar to mid-13th century Corinthian wares. There was also a little glass. The inhabitants lived very modestly, and the burial remains suggest that men also served as soldiers in the constant wars that afflicted the area. 39. Only in the early 15th century did the Byzantine state take small and sporadic measures to address the problems. We know of imperial efforts in the Chalkidic and in Lemnos to restore lands to productive capacity, attract a labor force and entrust the subsequent management to large economic units, that is, monasteries. But it was much too little, and much too late. The Byzantine state had only a few decades to live, and its own resources were, by now, negligible. Secondary production. The development of secondary production, that is, manufacturing, the production of objects of art, building, and shipbuilding, was profoundly affected by the prevailing political and economic factors. The political vicissitudes that have already been adumbrated created an environment in which cities, where much of manufacturing was located, while relatively integrated in larger economic systems until the middle of the 14th century, became increasingly independent politically. This was a process long in the making, already developed before the crisis of the mid-14th century, which made of most cities little more than isolated units, at best in intimate connection with their immediate hinterland. Secondly, and to some extent connected with this process, artisanal activities in the countryside increased. Thirdly, and powerfully, the products of Byzantine manufacturing had to compete, certainly in foreign markets but also in Byzantine ones, with the production of other centers, especially Western European ones, but also from Turkish-controlled Asia Minor. In a world increasingly united by the activities of Italian merchants and the demand as well as the supply of the developing Western industries, the structure of Byzantine production and trade changed. Shifts in demand and production. The structure of demand was quite different in this period from what it had been at the time of a unit national market and economic expansion. Both the Byzantine state and the aristocracy were poorer than before, so that elite demand declined, especially after the mid-14th century. Urban demand is hard to gauge. Urban populations may have been generally rather well off until about 1350, thereafter, the population declined and the concomitant concentration of capital into fewer hands probably did not prot Byzantine. 13th to 15th century 183 manufacturing, since by now there was Western competition in major sectors. Rural demand was served to some extent, although never fully, by local supply. By contrast, the international market created new pockets of demand. However, this increasingly implicated raw materials, while the rapidly expanding Western manufactures displaced Byzantine products. In the circumstances, Byzantine manufacturing and secondary production in general were characterized by a reduction in the scale of the objects produced as well as a retraction of the geographical areas of distribution. Production of some items ceased altogether. As in the previous chapter, certain relatively well-documented sectors will be discussed in more detail here. The manufacturing of art objects, as well as the building and decoration of churches, is characterized both by smallness of scale, and excellence of quality. The monumental decorative art par excellence, mosaic decoration of churches, is not attested after 1320, except for the restoration of part of Saint Sophia in the 1350s, with Russian money. Instead, in the Paleologan period we see the multiplication of mosaic icons, works of great beauty, and any examples of the mosaicists' art. They are nevertheless not comparable, in terms of scale, to the great programs of church decoration. The smallness of scale is encapsulated in these icons. There was also a process of substitution of cheaper objects for more expensive ones. It was attended by a shift in the place of manufacturing from Byzantine territories to Western European ones. Byzantine cameos, with intaglios of the saints, were a luxury object in the 12th century. In the 13th century, until around 1261, there is mass production of objects similar in shape and iconography, but manufactured of glass paste, and thus available to a much larger and diverse market. They were made in Venice, and their production must be closely tied to the access of Venetians to large markets in the eastern Mediterranean as well as in the west. The iconography was tailored to the tastes of various areas. The supply of such objects served as a stimulus to demand. Similarly, expensive Byzantine enamels, a luxury object, were replaced by Venetian-made miniatures under crystal, fashioned to imitate the more expensive enamels. They were made between the late 13th and the middle of the 14th century, and were marketed both in Western Europe and in Serbia, where King Stefan Uroš II Milutin ordered two such. 184 The Byzantine economy. Objects. Here we have the substitution of semi-luxury objects for the Byzantine luxury ones, again to cater to the needs of a market which in terms of taste was oriented toward Byzantine style, but could more easily afford the cheaper substitute. 40. The chronological limit of this production made in a transitional period in which the taste for Byzantine objects was not yet overwhelmed by the production of Western crystallary pottery. The production and distribution of pottery shows continuity with the 12th century until the early 13th, and distinct differences thereafter. Of course, the dissemination of the use of stilts constitutes an important technical innovation that characterizes production after 1200. But the organization of production and distribution continued on 12th century patterns for a while. 41. As a continuation of earlier patterns we may count the production and distribution of Zeuxippus ware and Aegean ware, both dated to between the end of the 12th century and the middle of the 13th. Both are high-quality pottery. Zeuxippus ware is characterized by its meticulous decoration and brilliant glaze. Aegean ware is considered less sophisticated in terms of technique of production, but has an original decorative style of high aesthetic value in its simplicity. For neither is the primary place of production ascertained, but they are thought to have been produced in a single, or very few, centers, while Zeuxippus ware derivatives are known in a number of centers, including Pergamon, and Aegean ware appears in Sardis in the RST part of the 13th century. Since Pergamon in this period was a relatively small city, and undistinguished otherwise, it may be assumed that similar phenomena occurred in other areas of the Byzantine Empire. 42. Both Zeuxippus and Aegean ware conform to the 12th century pattern of large and well-organized workshops. Both were widely disseminated, from Italy to the Crusader states and even to Alexandria. 43. The most brilliant examples of Zeuxippus ware pottery have been found in the Crimea. Zeuxippus and Aegean ware, however, were only a part of a widespread production of pottery, including Islamic pottery, that has been found on the same sites, at least in Italy and the Crusader states. Clearly, its production was closely linked to and benefited from the expansion of trade and the opening of markets all over the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. By the middle of the 13th century, all of this stops. The production of glazed whiteware in Constantinople comes to an end. 44. Corinth no longer produces any pottery in large workshops. Production of any ware of a local type continued into the early 13th century, but later in the century large-scale imports of Italian and Egyptian ceramics brought local production to an end. 45. For in the meantime another process of substitution had taken place. In the Crusader states, including Cyprus, local pottery, like St. Simeon ware, supplants Byzantine pottery. Southern Italy, Liguria, and the Veneto produce Zeuxippus ware derivatives, which are enhanced by Byzantine techniques and supplant Byzantine pottery in the Italian market. More generally, in Italy local production increases and replaces Byzantine imports. At RST, potters in Venice, Savona, and other places copied Byzantine ceramic types and even imported Byzantine potters. As their production fooled local demand, the importation of Byzantine pottery stopped in the middle of the 13th century. On the other hand, Italian ceramics such as roulette ware, metallic ware, sgrafto ware, and proto-Maiolica ooded the markets of Greece, Epirus, Corinth, Boeotia and other parts of the former Byzantine Empire. In this, Venetian and Genoese merchants, whose presence in Byzantine waters and lands was constantly increasing, have been rightly recognized as having played a major role. It is also probable that the Italian production acquired exotic status. 46. Thus, there was a shift in elite demand. The promising development of Byzantine pottery as an export item ended. Accordingly, in the second half of the 13th and in the 14th century, the manufacturing and distribution of Byzantine pottery changes. There is no evidence of large, organized workshops, while pottery of varying quality is produced in many places, for example, St. Simeon ware in Sardis. Village production is a certainty. J. Leffert thinks he can distinguish family workshops of potters in the villages of Macedonia. Logically, local production must have reduced, to an unknown extent, the demand for ceramics imported from larger centers. Distinctive glazed pottery was mass-produced in a number of places, throughout the empire and its former territories in the second half of the 13th and the 14th centuries. Thessalonica and Sardes, as well as Cyprus, which was RMLY in Western hands, produced large quantities of pottery. Other centers too have been identified. Cherson and the Dobruja, which in the past had imported Byzantine pottery, now produce ceramics with Byzantine and Eastern influences. Serbia, still importing Byzantine ceramics in the 13th century, then developed its own production of similar wares. Corinth still produced pottery, but of simplified design. Other centers of production are Mikropisto, a village near Komotini in Thrace, Pergamon, Zichna, Gratini, Varna, Veliko Trnovo, Athens, Sparta, Nicaea, the island of Lemnos, and perhaps Veroia, Thebes, and Argos. The Cypriot production is well known. 47 The pottery of this late period, with its standardized decoration, may have been produced in small workshops by a personnel with fewer technical skills and specialization than in the 12th century. 48 The objects were smaller than in the previous period, and probably cheaper. Where the dissemination of the objects can be established, it is found to be relatively limited in space. The pottery of Nicaea, both Shamlavi and incised, both produced in the 13th and the early 14th centuries, had regional distribution. 49 Elaborate incised ware, probably made in Constantinople, was exported along the Black Sea coasts and, to a lesser degree, in Western Asia Minor even into the 14th century. These are small luxury objects, and not very numerous. 50 Sardes pottery has been found in Macedonia, in Thessalonica, and, to a smaller degree, in Epirus and Corinth. Thessalonic pottery is found in various areas, including Corinth and Boeotia. All of this points primarily to regional trade, perhaps interregional to some extent. What is of interest, however, is the fact that as older centers of production, like Corinth, decline, new ones replace them. The case of Sardes, whose production is dated to the second half of the 13th century and probably extends into the 14th, is particularly interesting, since Sardes is not known as a center of manufacturing before this period. The niche for Byzantine ceramics production in this period, after the explosion of Aegean and Zeuxippus wares, appears to be part of the Byzantine domestic market, the Balkan hinterland and the Crimea. The market seems to have been a middle-level market, perhaps of landowners of moderate wealth, and similar strata of the urban population. In this market, Byzantine production was not supplanted by Italian wares. Glass. As far as glass production is concerned, the evidence is much more fragmentary, since the archaeological record for this period is limited. It appears that the production of small glass objects persisted in Sardis, in the 13th and 14th centuries. Architectural glass has also been found in Sardis of the 13th century. 51 The glass factories of Corinth have been dated to this period by D. Whitehouse, but we have argued that the evidence better supports the original 11th, 12th century dating. 52 Venetian documents permit a general assessment of the fate of Byzantine glass. In the 13th century, the glass industry was developing rapidly in Venice, under the protection of and regulation by the government. Venice's extensive trade network helped the industry. Glass cullet was imported from the eastern Mediterranean, as were soda ashes and alum, a necessary ingredient for the manufacturing of glass. 53 The import of glass objects into Venice and the export of technology were both forbidden. It is not surprising that glass was made for export to the east. Already in the late 13th century a glassmaker from Murano lists, among other things, a large case of glasses specifically for export to the Romania, which suggests specialized production catering to specific markets as, much later, Venice was to do for the Ottoman market. In 1279, the price of plain glass beakers was quoted by the 1,000 pieces, which certainly shows mass production. In 1345, a case of glassware was sent from Venice to Rhodes via Crete. Both Rhodes and Crete were in Western hands, Crete being a Venetian colony. While RM conclusions must await further archaeological evidence, it would seem that the Byzantine glass industry declined and was replaced by imports from the active Venetian industry, which was assured of raw materials and also of markets for its products. If the original dating of the Corinth glass workshops is correct, then we have a clear case of substitution. Corinthian glass exported into the Veneto and other parts of Italy in the earlier period enhanced local production that replaced the Corinthian industry in the 13th-14th centuries. 54. Textiles. Major changes took place in the manufacturing of silk cloth after the Fourth Crusade. Most of the silk cloth producing areas were lost to the Byzantine Empire. Thebes, Corinth, Patras, Euboea, even Constantinople until 1261. No other center emerged within Byzantine territory, not even in the despotate of the Morea, to substitute for these losses. 55. In Asia Minor, there is some evidence that the city of Philadelphia, an island in Turkish-occupied territory until its fall in 1390, produced silk cloth, but both quantity and distribution are unknown. 56. Some high-quality silk cloth was produced in Ottoman Anatolia, especially by the Armenian population of Erzincan in eastern Turkey. 57. Bithynia flourished as a center of silk textile production only in the Ottoman period. What happened to the centers of silk production in western Greece is instructive. 58. Some of them stopped producing silk cloth almost immediately, so, probably, Corinth. Others, like Euboea and Andros, went through a transitional period during which they continued to manufacture silk cloth and exported it to the West. This period was brief, lasting for 1 decade into the 13th century in the case of Andros, until later in the 13th century in Euboea. The Peloponnese continued to produce and export to the West a cheap, rough silk fabric called Kaukaularican into the late 13th century. Thebes lasted longer as a center of production. Its artisans manufactured silk cloth, apparently of good quality, into the RST part of the 14th century. It was exported to both Western Europe and Egypt as late as the 1320s, with sporadic exports to the West until 1380. However, even in the case of Thebes this production could not compete, certainly in quantity, perhaps in quality, in any case in marketability, with the new centers of the silk industry, Lucca and Venice in the RST instance. Luccan manufacturing received an impetus in the 12th century, and Venetian production began soon after 1204. 59. As the manufacturing of silk cloth declined and then ceased, what increased was the export to Western Europe of the raw materials necessary for the industry. The Peloponnese, both Latin-occupied and Byzantine-held, was a great exporter of raw silk and kermes, the expensive red dye. The island of Andros, which had exported cloth in the 12th century, now exported silk yarn. Silk and dyes tufts were exported from Patras, Modon, Kharan, Monemvasia and the new busy port of Clarensa, while Byzantine territories like Epirus also exported raw silk as did Turkish Anatolia, way into the 14th century. 60. The Venetian silk industry made heavy use of these imports. It is also possible that there were technology transfers, in the form of skilled Byzantine silk workers who moved to Venice. 61. On the other hand, the Byzantines now imported silk cloth from the West. In the middle of the 14th century, the historian Nikephoros Gregoras complained of the habits of young, fashionable men who appeared in Italian hats and Persian dress, or vice versa. He saw in this spendthrift attitude a cause of the decline of the empire. One of his contemporaries complained of elite demand for foreign fabrics and Egyptian aromatics. By the middle of the 15th century, George Gemistos Plethon wrote, "It is a great evil for a society which produces wool, linen, silk, cotton, to be unable to fashion these into garments and instead to wear the clothes made in the lands beyond the Ionian Sea from wool produced in the Atlantic." 62. Thus, the Byzantine silk industry, which for centuries had been an important segment of its secondary production, ceased to exist. The decline and reorientation of elite demand certainly played a role in this. So also did the fact that the major centers of silk cloth production fell out of Byzantine hands, with the consequent loss of the infrastructures and accumulated know-how. This combination of factors explains the fact that even the Byzantine state ceased to give silks as gifts to foreign potentates after 1204. However, it does not explain the decline or demise of the silk industries of Thebes and Corinth, to take two salient examples. The major reason for that is the growth of the silk industries in Italy. Demand for raw materials grew concomitantly, and as their export increased, native industries were deprived of them. 63. The question is, why Western silk industries were more competitive, and why the economies of Byzantine territories, both in Byzantine and in Western possession, became geared toward the export of raw materials. The answer lies in the structure of distribution and trade. Western European markets were still expanding, and the market for luxury and semi-luxury products continued to expand even after the Black Death. At the same time, international trade in the Mediterranean was becoming dominated by the Italian maritime cities, which controlled transportation and the communications networks and dictated the terms of trade. 64. One should not forget that Venice itself was one of the primary new centers of silk cloth production in Western Europe, while Genoa had, since the 11th century, provided raw silk for the industries of Lucca. It was in the interest of these cities to sell raw materials to the new production centers and to market their production in Europe and the Near East. In any case, it was easier for Italian merchants to market Italian rather than Byzantine silk cloth in Italy and on the European continent. Finally, differentiated tastes in the West were best served by a combination of the sale of Western products that were substitutes for Byzantine ones, and the importation of luxury silks from Persia or the Far East, which continued until the middle of the 14th century. The Venetians also led an earlier Byzantine niche, the market for lower quality silks and mixed silks. 65. The existence of a broad spectrum of clients and an equally broad palette of products encouraged the growth of the Italian silk industry. Technological innovations followed. As the production and distribution of Western silks increased, they became fashionable, and Byzantine demand followed the trend. This early form of economic globalization, coupled with the relative decline of domestic demand, spelled the end of the Byzantine silk industry. The silk cloth production of Ottoman-held territories, with access to both Asia and Europe, and with a domestic market that was becoming enlarged, was virtually the only one to have resisted. Woolen textiles are another case in point. They were certainly always produced in the Byzantine Empire in one form or another, but little is known about the forms of production beyond the household production that one may intuitively assume. In this period, some limited information appears. Household production, in villages, is occasionally seen to have a broader distribution. Apparently, some villages were well known for the production of heavy woolen mantles and carpets. 66. Some cities may have had a sizable production of woolen cloth. The countryside around Sarras had large flocks of sheep and goats. It is reasonable to suppose that their wool was turned into cloth in the city. Indeed, the accounts of a petty landowner and trader from Thessalonik show that he was conducting, between Thessalonik, the Chalcidique and Sarras, trade in relatively small but not negligible quantities of cloth and grain. In the 15th century, the accounts of the Venetian Badoer mention a merchant from Sarras. 67. Mixed wool cloth was also produced in Thessalonik in the 14th century. 68. Whatever the woolen cloth production of Byzantium, it is not in any way comparable to the rapidly developing industry all over continental Western Europe. This swallowed up the alum production of the Eastern Mediterranean, and to serve its needs it also imported wool from Byzantium and other parts of the Near East. In return, the credit side of the trade balance between Western Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean increasingly consisted of industrial goods, soap, for example, and, primarily and on a large scale, woolen cloth. Technological improvements made the production of woolen cloth possible on a mass scale and at cheap prices. While one should resist the urge to speak of dumping, it is a certainty that European woolen cloth led the markets of the Eastern Mediterranean, from Egypt to Ottoman Anatolia, to Crete. The Byzantine Empire was certainly an importer of Western woolens. In the late 13th century, woolen cloth for sale within the Byzantine Empire was one of the main items for which commenda contracts were made among the Genos of Pera. French and Italian cloth was one of the most important commodities in the accounts of the Venetian merchant Giacomo Badoer in Constantinople, in the 1430s. Thessalonica was a major center of the redistribution of Western cloth, which was cut there and sold retail. 69 From there, the cloth was distributed to Western Greece and the Balkans. The other center of redistribution was Ragusa, which functioned both as a re-exporter of Italian cloth and, especially after 1420, as exporter of its own cloth, much to the chagrin of Venetian merchants. Therefore, even in the regional market of Western Greece and the Balkans it seems that Byzantine woolens, if they were marketed, were sold in relatively small quantities. They could not compete with Western woolens, at a time when the trade was a bulk trade, necessitating a large production, and the terms were dictated by Western merchants. 70 The entire Byzantine textile sector, then, suffered from Western competition and the structure of Italian trade. It was reoriented toward the export of raw materials, and the importation of Western manufactured goods. It has been argued that pre-industrial economies should not necessarily be considered poor when they are geared toward the export of food and raw materials and the import of manufactured goods, that this becomes a negative factor only when agriculture itself depends on the use of manufactured inputs and or poor people begin to buy non-agricultural goods. 71 However, if one follows the idea that in pre-industrial societies intensive growth is partly dependent on an international market leading to a division of labor, 72 Then surely the terms of trade and division of labor make all the difference, the real value added comes from manufacturing, and that, in this period, was RMLY lodged in Western Europe. The terms of the export of raw materials were only partly in the hands of the economies of the Eastern Mediterranean, and the growth of these economies, including the Byzantine one, was, to this extent, captive to the needs of others. Thus, neither manufacturing nor, as we shall see, trade, came to the rescue of the economy, whose agriculture had already perhaps reached its Malthusian limits, that is, declining returns per unit of land, and had made no adjustments to overcome them. The urban economy. Any discussion of the general traits of the urban economy must respect the chronological distinctions. A major change, as has already been stated, occurred in the period after 1348, with its sharp demographic characteristics. Since the urban economy is connected with both the development of the state and that of the agricultural economy, the second decade of the 14th century marks another important, though less all-encompassing break. Before that, the Byzantine state still functioned fairly well, while afterwards the decentralizing process became accelerated, and insecurity became endemic. All of these factors affected the urban economy. While respecting these chronological differences, we may nevertheless distinguish some general traits. One general statement that can be made with some certainty is that the cities were small by the end of the period under discussion. Constantinople lost some population at the time of its conquest in 1204, and especially after the Black Death. By the time it fell to the Ottomans, in 1453, it had at most a population of 50,000. Thessalonica is reported to have had 40,000 souls in 1423. Monemvasia, the commercial city off the eastern coast of the Peloponnese, had reached its peak in the 12th century with about 20,000 people. Pergamon is an exception, for it grew in the course of the late 13th and early 14th centuries because of the merging of different agglomerations, but it fell to the Turks in the 1320s. 73 Smallness of scale applies to the city populations as well. Another general statement is that the entire period after the reconquest of Constantinople is characterized by a powerful trend toward city autonomy. In political terms, this means that progressively the cities of the Byzantine Empire developed into what have been called many Greek Orthodox states. The cities and their immediate hinterland became isolated from the central government, and to some extent assumed responsibility for their own political fate and even their defense functions. The trend was accelerated in the period after 1340, but it was already evident in the earlier Paleologan period. This phenomenon must not be seen as equivalent to the growth of city-states in parts of Western Europe. It was primarily a function of the need of cities to defend themselves against invaders, eventually the Ottomans. It is thus a phenomenon due to exogenous factors, and the fairly weak but nevertheless real development of urban institutions is an epiphenomenon. 74 The trend towards city autonomy was to some extent fostered by the central government, not, perhaps, out of choice, but out of necessity. Since the times of the emperors of Nicaea, and through the 1320s, successive emperors granted to a number of cities charters and privileges that guaranteed them at the very least tax exemptions for their properties in the city and its immediate hinterland, and at most, as in the case of Ioannina in 1319, extensive judicial and administrative privileges. In all cases, these privileges were granted to cities as they came back under Byzantine control. 75 As political conditions worsened, the cities extended their independence of action. During the civil wars of the 1320s, the 1340s, and later, both sides fought for control of the cities. So did successive conquerors, since the cities and their countryside were units whose control should proceed in tandem. All of this had important consequences for the urban economy. Constantinople and Thessaloniki, because of their size and importance, are cases apart, as is Monemvasia for other reasons. The other cities have certain traits in common, although with a different mix from case to case. All cities had to provide for their defense. Some, like Servia, had a strong defense aspect. An important characteristic of the late Byzantine city was the interpenetration of the agricultural and the urban economy. Landowners resident in the cities exploited the countryside. Inside the cities there were frequently gardens or even small elds that were cultivated. This is true also of Constantinople and Thessaloniki, certainly in the last 100 years or so of the Byzantine Empire. Cities functioned as refuges in times of crisis. This reinforced the pre-existing phenomenon that part of the urban population worked in agricultural pursuits, as, in any case, they did in medieval and pre-modern Western cities as well. Ioannina in Epirus and Sarras in Macedonia are among the cities with a strong agrarian character, centers of the distribution of agricultural products, and with a powerful aristocratic element actively engaged in the governance of the city. All cities for which we have evidence had some secondary production and some trade. Both were, generally speaking, small scale. There are, however, important elements of differentiation here. Constantinople had lost its special regime already in the 12th century. But it remained an important commercial center. It therefore housed a significant population of merchants, shipowners, and bankers, even into the first half of the 15th century, as may be seen from the account books of Giacomo Badoer, who was active in Constantinople between 1436 and 1439. 76 There were, as always, people who sold food and drink. There were also artisans and craftsmen who worked in the building industry or engaged in secondary production, soap makers, smiths, barrel makers, and so on. They had small shops, and their activities were geared to local consumption. 77 Thessaloniki is another city with special traits. It, too, was a major port, and an important center of interregional trade with Western Greece and the Western Balkans. It functioned almost as a relay station of Venetian trade. In any case, it was part of the Venetian trade subsystem. 78 It had an active construction industry, probably until the middle of the 14th century. Its population included a strong mercantile element and powerful seamen. In the late 14th century, its bishop, Isidore, listed, in his description of the non-aristocratic segments of the population, those who worked in agricultural labor, carpenters, and possibly builders, and smiths. We also know that there were people who worked in the salines near the city. There was, of course, pottery, some woolen cloth production, and goldsmithing. But we do not know of many other manufacturing sectors. We may conclude that here, too, production was small scale, and geared toward the consumption of the city and its region, with the exception of pottery and perhaps some woolen cloth. Sarras is an interesting case. At first glance, it would seem to tee the pattern of the city whose economy derives from its administrative functions, in other words, a parasitic city. It was the capital of the theme of Sarras and Strymon after 1261, and great aristocrats, including John Kantakisnos, had property there. In 1355, it became the capital of the local Serbian statelet, after the dissolution of the empire of Stefan Dushan. The fact that it had commercial exchanges with its hinterland has been remarked upon by scholars. Its secondary production, in the textile sector, was noted some time ago. 79 Its pottery production in the 13th and perhaps the 14th century gives us an example of an administrative city which is, at the same time, productive. Monemvasia is a particular phenomenon among Byzantine cities and will be discussed in connection with trade. There were sharp social and economic divisions in Byzantine cities, most evident in the 14th century. The cities were, generally speaking, under the political domination of the aristocracy. In the first half of the 14th century, however, the sources begin to place emphasis on the mezoi, the middle class, that middle lying between the very rich, who are identifiable with the landowning aristocracy, and the poor, who are small-scale traders and artisans, while at the very bottom are the destitute. The mezoi are identified as those who produce wealth and make it multiply. In a famous text, the dialogue between rich and poor, the relatively big merchants and skilled artisans are seen to be quite rich, but still in a position inferior to that of the aristocracy. 80 This stratification of the urban populations was rather new, and did not last long. After the troubles of mid-century, the Byzantine aristocracy, increasingly deprived of its lands, began to engage in commerce and banking, and the special designation of the mezo elapsed. 81 One of the major events of mid-century was the Great Civil War of 1341–54. In its origins a dynastic dispute, the Civil War quickly acquired social dimensions especially in certain cities of Macedonia and Thrace, Constantinople itself, Thessalonica above all, but also Didymoteichon, Adrianople, and Visy. In these cities, the seamen, the merchants, and to some degree the bankers contested the political monopoly of the aristocrats and, in Thessalonica, tried to take it into their own hands. The aristocracy, with the help of Serbian and Turkish allies, emerged as winners from this contest. But they lost much of their wealth to the Serbs and, in the long run, to the Ottomans. The Civil War, especially as it developed in Thessalonica, Constantinople, and Visy, forms part of the history of rebellions and urban revolutions that took place all over Western Europe in the 14th century, the Revolution of 1339 in Genoa, which brought to power Simone Boccanegra as representative of the Popolo Grasso, the rebellion of the Ciompi in Florence in 1378, the cities of Flanders throughout the century. In the Byzantine cities, the merchants and manufacturers were too weak and the aristocracy too powerful for an urban rebellion to succeed. Besides, even in Western Europe the power of the commercial and manufacturing elite was primarily economic, and found political expression only rarely. The main differences between the urban economy in the Paleologan period and that of the 11th and 12th centuries are clear. The cities of the later period are smaller, but have a more independent existence. Their economy therefore has to accommodate the needs of the population. It revolves around provisioning and the production of manufactured goods for local consumption. Pottery seems to be the only item which is produced for larger markets, which are regional. This is the meaning of dispersion of production. There are many small centers of artisanal production, including rural ones, but no major centers. The city economies also had a strong commercial sector focused on trade in agricultural products and on participation in the commercial networks organized by the Venetians and the Genoese, as will be seen below. What is missing is the relatively large-scale production of glass, textiles, and pottery that characterized the urban economies in the period of growth. At that time, urban production supplied the demand of a large Byzantine public and that of part of an international market. In the Paleologan period, with the important exception of the commercial sector, the cities regressed toward the model of an economy based on local consumption. Exchange. The creation of a Mediterranean trade system. In the course of the 13th century, the activities of Italian in the eastern Mediterranean expanded dramatically, so that by the second half of the century, 13th to 15th century 201 certainly by its end, it is possible to speak of a Mediterranean trading system progressively dominated by Italians, especially Venetians and Genoese, with Pisa playing an active role until 1284. The areas involved include, in the eastern Mediterranean, all former Byzantine territories, Syria and Palestine, and to a lesser extent Egypt. The trading system affected more than distribution. The pull of demand and the mechanisms developed by the Italian city-states became structuring factors for manufacturing and for primary production that were geared, in certain areas, to the demands of an international market. 82 In other words, demand became international, and supply was to some extent oriented toward it. The Byzantine economy of exchange was very active during this entire period, although it is more visible after the recovery of Constantinople in 1261, partly as a result of the state of the documentation. Never before was there such intensive mercantile activity or so many people involved in trade in one way or another. In virtually all of its aspects, mercantile activity was greatly enhanced by the ubiquitous presence of Western merchants in cities large and small and even in the countryside, as well as by the existence of the Italian-dominated international market, in which the Byzantine Empire was integrated. 83 These two overarching facts framed the structure of the Byzantine market and the activities of Byzantine merchants. A third important factor is a major shift in the trade partners of Byzantium. The role of the Arab states declined drastically, while that of the Italian states increased. The presence of Western merchants in all territories that had formerly belonged to the Byzantine Empire and beyond them, in Lesser Armenia, in the Crusader states, even, to a smaller degree, in Egypt, is well established and needs no further elaboration. Its impact will be examined below. The creation of an international market, although a concept now accepted by historians of Mediterranean trade, nevertheless should be described. In general terms, it refers to the interconnected trade system that linked, for about the century during which the Pax Mongolica lasted, a huge area starting from China and including the Middle East, the Eastern Mediterranean, Italy, and continental Europe. 84 Here, however, we use the term in a more restricted sense, to describe the system that involved the Eastern Mediterranean and Italy in the RST instance. We mean by it an allocation device, characterized by the functioning of supply and demand mechanisms that result in a fairly uniform price formation, once transportation costs have been compensated for, by the existence of widely accepted or convertible currency as well as banking, and by the existence of efficient techniques for acquiring and disseminating economic information. The most important trait, however, is division of labor. Most of these conditions existed in the Eastern Mediterranean in this period. Specifically regarding the supply and price of wheat, it seems that the Black Sea region, Turkish Asia Minor and Crete functioned as a vast area where supplies were interchangeable, and the price of wheat tended to revert to normal after disruptions produced by acute crises, mostly political. 85 The division of labor is the factor that is the most clearly discernible. The Eastern Mediterranean, globally speaking, became an area which exported to the West raw materials and alimentary products, while it imported from the West manufactured products, primarily woolen cloth. From the Eastern Mediterranean also were re-exported the spices and other luxuries of the Eastern trade. There are many nuances that one could bring to this statement. For example, Ottoman Asia Minor and Egypt not only imported textiles but also exported them. So did Cyprus, which, in the later Middle Ages, became a major exporter of sugar as well. Yet as a general observation it remains true. To the extent that this was an international market, local economies responded to a greater or lesser degree to international demand. This was mediated by Venetian, Genoese, and other merchants who ruled the waves and had access to the Western markets. The effect on the local economies differed from place to place. Syrian agriculture, for example, was geared toward the production of cotton and sugar, both in high demand in the West. 86 Along with the Crusader states, it was the Byzantine Empire that felt most strongly the effects of this division of labor. The reasons are many. The very fact of the occupation of large parts of the former Byzantine Empire by Westerners, for varying periods of time, gave Western merchants, at RST the Venetians, then the Genoese and then others, a highly privileged position which did not end with the Byzantine recovery of territories. Secondly, the importance of the Black Sea, both as a wheat exporting area and as a series of outlets for the products of the Eastern trade, heightened the interest of Western powers in this area, as well as in Constantinople through whose straits the ships had to pass. The opening of the Black Sea to Western merchants was one of the most important results of the Fourth Crusade in the economic realm. The Venetians proed at RST, but after 1261 the Genoese had the upper hand, although others were active there as well. It is striking that already in the late 13th century the Genoese, ostensibly allies of the Byzantines, were trying with every means at their disposal, including violence, to hinder the activities of Byzantine merchants in the Black Sea, as well as contesting the presence of the Byzantine fleet which was patrolling there. 87 It is also instructive that Bithynia, which until 1204 had functioned as a productive hinterland of Constantinople, became integrated in the international Black Sea trade network, both while it was still Byzantine and, much more so, under the Ottomans. 88 Furthermore, the commercial dominance of Westerners in the eastern Mediterranean was in considerable part founded upon privileges granted them by the various political authorities. Among those, Byzantium and the Crusader states were the ones least capable of resisting the blackmail of the powers that held sway on the seas, and therefore the privileges granted in these areas were the most extensive. 89. Markets and products old and new, domestic and international. The division of labor meant that new products became important export items to the West. Grain had been a protected commodity in the Byzantine Empire, at least in theory. In practice, some grain seems to have been exported by Venetians in the 12th century, but the quantities cannot have been important. Western demand was not yet high, the Byzantine market may well have absorbed most of the production, and there was not yet an integrated Mediterranean market, with product specialization and adequate mechanisms that could match supply to demand across large regions. 90 All of these conditions changed in the course of the 13th century. Grain from the Black Sea became important for the Genoese market in the late 1250s, and remained so thereafter. The Venetians, in their own name or through the Ragusans, imported grain from Macedonia and western Greece and their colony in Crete, as well as from Turkish Asia Minor and the Black Sea. Wheat was massively bought in the Crimea. It was also collected in smaller quantities all along the Black Sea coasts, where sometimes it was brought by Greek merchants, and reloaded on large ships. Pera, the Genoese colony in Constantinople, was an important relay station. Byzantine landlords, including the imperial family, remained active in this trade until the end. Western merchants also bought directly from farmers. The RST Palaiologan emperors made an effort to impose state control on the export of this important commodity. Wheat, iron, and salt, in fact, were the only three products for which any effort was made to re-establish something resembling the old policy of the Kikolimena. Yet the prohibitions were not enforced. Another new item of trade was slaves. This did not affect the Byzantine economy much, since most of the slave traders were Western, especially Genoese, but also Venetians and Greeks from Italian-dominated areas. The great slave markets were situated along the northern coast of the Black Sea, although Asia Minor and other areas also were places where slaves could be bought, while the islands of Rhodes and Crete were major centers for this trade. 91 On the luxury side, there was mastic, an aromatic gum much in demand. There was an inbuilt monopoly here, since the tree only grows on the island of Chios, off the coast of Asia Minor at about the height of Phaeacia. It became a Genoese monopoly after the conquest of the island by the Mahonna of Chios, in 1346. 92. The new conditions also meant new markets and marketplaces. The new markets were the Western European ones, although there was also active trade within the regions of the Eastern Mediterranean. The trade of the old markets for Byzantine products, Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, for example, had passed into the hands of the Italians, although there is evidence of Byzantine merchants in Egypt in the late 13th century. Traditional marketplaces competed with new ones. Constantinople remained a major port. Its importance for the Eastern luxury trade declined after the 1350s, when the end of the Pax Mongolica reoriented trade routes toward Egypt, but was never extinguished. Thessaloniki too functioned as a major marketplace. But whereas in the 12th century the city had collected products and merchandise from Western Europe, the Balkans, Greece, Syria, and Egypt, its commerce was reoriented in the course of the 13th and 14th centuries. Italian and other Western European manufactured products certainly reached the city. The Syrian trade did not reach it. Neither, more interestingly, did the Bulgarian trade. 93. Communications had something to do with this last development. Land communications with Constantinople and through it with the Eastern Balkans were at the mercy of wars, civil wars, and invasions. The major roadway, the Via Egnatia, was open until the 1320s, then progressively became less accessible until, in the 1340s and after, it was no longer used except perhaps by troops. Communications with Constantinople were henceforth by sea, a different kettle of sh altogether in terms of the movement of people, animals, and merchandise. Merchants from Thessaloniki to the Black Sea areas are few and far between. Instead, Thessaloniki was a nodal point in a commercial subsystem consisting of western Greece, Epirus, Serbia, the Dalmatian coast, Ragusa, and Venice. Herein lies the most important explanation of the reorientation of Thessalonian trade. Incorporated in the Italian-dominated system, the city, by reason of geography RST and politics eventually, formed part of the Venetian trade network, and had few contacts with the Genoese one, which was centered on the Black Sea and the northeastern Aegean. 94. By the early 14th century, Venice and Genoa had created in the old Byzantine territories commercial subsystems, each of which was dominated by one or the other of these powers, although the domination was never complete and was constantly contested. Both old marketplaces and new ones must be seen in the context of these subsystems and the needs of international commerce. In the Venetian-dominated system, Western Greece enters the commercial record. Durazzo and Aflana are old marketplaces, since they had been active since the 11th century. Arta, Naupactos, and other, smaller cities were new marketplaces. Wheat, salt, and meat were important exports from these areas. The city of Ioannina had a considerable mercantile element, most probably trading in grain and animal products. 95. The Peloponnese, whether occupied by Westerners or by Byzantines, formed part of the subsystem, and had an active trade, in large part tied to Venetian interests. Crete and the Venetian-occupied islands of the Aegean belonged to the same subsystem. Modon, Caran, Clarenza, Candia are only the best known of the new port/marketplaces. The Genoese subsystem was located in the eastern part of the empire. It was more powerfully contested than the Venetian one, in part because Genoa did not have territorial ownership on much of it, but in part also because some of the most important commercial areas were located here. The Venetians, and, for a short period, the Byzantines, wanted and got access to the Black Sea. The Trapezuntine ports, on the Asia Minor coast of the Black Sea, were marketplaces where both Venetians and Genoese were active. Constantinople was home to the merchants of both cities, although the Venetian quarters in Constantinople formed less highly developed a colony than the semi-autonomous Genoese settlement in Pera. Genoese dominance resulted in the appearance of a number of marketplaces that may have been older but acquired new importance. After the middle of the 14th century, Kaffa, the major Genoese base in the Black Sea, was insecure because of problems with the Tatars. A number of smaller ports in the Danube Delta, Kilia, Lycos Tomo, and others, sprang up in partial replacement of Kaffa. They exported primarily wheat to Pera and thence to Genoa. Chios and Phasia formed part of the subsystem. In the RST part of the 15th century, as Kaffa declined, Chios became the fulcrum of Genoese trade with the eastern Mediterranean. 96 There was intense trading activity within each of the two subsystems, as networks of merchants were established, connecting native traders, as well as Venetians or Genoese respectively, to each other within broad geographic areas. However, the subsystems were not impermeable. There was competition between the two major sea powers, which at times became intense, leading to open warfare that became more acute and more merciless in the second half of the 14th century, when economic crisis engulfed the Mediterranean and caused states to GHT savagely for dwindling resources, markets and privileges. Indeed, new approaches toward international trade were established in the course of the 13th century, soon after the Fourth Crusade, and governed trade thereafter. While the controls exercised by Byzantine governments in the past lapsed for the most part, this was international trade which took place among states, and thus it still depended, to a degree, on interstate institutional arrangements. In other words, Byzantine emperors were still asked to and did give trade privileges to the Italian city-states and eventually to others, Barcelona, for example, as of course did most other nearly states of the eastern Mediterranean, for example the Seljuks or the Mamluks. Both Venice and Genoa, as the strong players in the area, pursued a policy with a double aim, to acquire for themselves what they called freedom of the sea, that is, privileged trade conditions, monopolies if possible, and to impose adverse conditions on everyone else, clearly two competing aims when more than one state is involved. These policies are evident in the Byzantine Empire and most powerfully in Constantinople and the Black Sea area. Here, the Genoese tried to keep the sea closed to everyone else. The Venetians fought for freedom of trade. The Byzantine merchants entered the fray for a short while in the 1340s, when Tatar attacks on Kaffa weakened the position of the Genoese. The War of the Straits ensued, and the peace treaties included clauses which limited Venetian and Byzantine access to the Black Sea. Eventually, relative freedom of access returned, although the Genoese predominance was preserved. In such conditions, this was a commercial world in which relations between the Italian maritime cities and the Byzantine Empire were based on privilege. Venice and Genoa, and others after them and to a lesser degree, acquired complete access to all markets, freedom to trade in all items except for salt, iron, and grain under certain conditions, and mastic, and freedom from customs duties. Thereafter, they sought to have their privileges extended to their clients, Greeks who acquired Venetian or Genoese citizenship, Greek mariners on Italian ships, and even Byzantine subjects in their transactions with Venetian merchants. Privileges provided the institutional base on which Italian dominance rested. The new attitude and the extensive grant of privileges changed the conditions of trade within the Byzantine Empire. A protected domestic market no longer existed except, for a while, and unsuccessfully, for grain. With no restrictions on trading activity, the competitive edge belonged to those with privileges. As a result, a number of Byzantine individuals or institutions or communities sought and received privileged terms of trade in one form or another. Among the 13th to 15th century 209 privileges belonged the right to a monopoly, although it is counterintuitive to discuss this in the same breath as the privileges that seem to promote freedom of trade. In the internal market, a monopoly describes the right of an individual or institution to preempt the sale of commodities. Selling one's own stock before others may sell theirs limits the supply for a time and creates favorable prices for the seller. Byzantine officials exercised such a right, although it is not clear whether they did so with the permission of the emperor or not. In 1408, In any case, Manuel II forbade the monopoly of wine by the officials of Thessalonic, saying that he disapproved of the practice, but the prohibition was issued at the specific request of the competition, the monks of Mount Athos. 97 regional rulers held such a right, as, for example, did Thomas Preljobovic, despot of Ioannina in Epiros, on the sale of wine, wheat, meat, cheese, fruit, and sh. Sometimes he ceded it to his officials. 98 state officials or privileged individuals also had a limited monopsony right. They could buy alimentary products before other buyers, without, in theory, having the right to resell them. In theory also, they were not to buy at a lower than market price, but of course monopsony, even limited to a brief period, has that effect in general, and had it then. 99 All of these practices skewed the market in agricultural commodities. Certain Byzantine merchants or sellers acquired trade privileges in this period. Some monasteries received the right to trade freely with ships of speciate tonnage, without paying customs dues. Such exemptions were acquired by great monasteries already in the 12th century. The merchants of Monemvasia, both those of the city itself and those of its colony in Pegae, in Asia Minor, are a category unto themselves. Their city's economy was based on trade, primarily maritime, but also on land. In that, it was not unlike Venice, both had, at this time, rather a small territory, both were oriented toward the sea. Monemvasiate merchants plied their trade in their natural hinterland. The Peloponnese, in the Aegean, in Constantinople and the Black Sea, and all along the coast of Thrace. They were also active in markets where they engaged in land trade, both in the Peloponnese itself and in the interior of Thrace. They had the reputation of being fearless seafarers. They were also fearless pirates, for piracy, in this period, was thriving, feeding as it does on active maritime commerce. Successive Byzantine emperors granted the merchants of Monemvasia a series of privileges, including either complete exemption from or a drastic reduction of the commercian. Their privileges were thus a replica of those of the Venetians, except that the Monemvasiates had, as far as we know, no restrictions on the purchase and export of grain, for example. Of course, their activities did not extend beyond the waters of the Aegean and the Black Sea. They do not appear in Western markets, so to that extent their role is far from comparable to that of the Venetians or the Genoese. Monemvasia also had a form of self-government. Freedom of trade in the Byzantine Empire in this period, then, was not what one would understand by the term today. The end of control of almost all aspects of international trade by the Byzantine government did create conditions in which goods and merchants circulated more freely. The market was liberalized. Competitiveness, however, was governed not only by economic factors, such as access to sources of supply and demand, or economies of scale, or know-how, but also on institutional factors. The merchants in the least competitive position were those with no privileges, individuals, mostly Byzantines, who for one reason or another could not piggyback on the privileges of foreign or domestic merchants. The question arises, whether the developments described here were beneficial to the Byzantine economy and the Byzantine merchant. That the Byzantine state lost by them is clear and certain. To the extent that the commercial activity was untaxed, the SC gained nothing from it, and lost revenues that it had collected in the past. Merchants and bankers. The problem regarding the Byzantine merchant is more complicated. There is no question that international trade was more active than ever before during the period under question, at least until the general crisis of the mid-14th century. Western demand, and the ability of the Venetians, the Genoese, and others to create mechanisms that 13th to 15th century 211 made this demand effective, led to intensification of commerce. It has been argued that the weakening of the central government and of the integrating role of Constantinople created a better climate for provincial initiatives and investment. 100 An early 15th century rhymed chronicle encapsulates this position in a compelling manner. The whole region opened up /land as well as sea / the roads were cleared, the routes widened / all men became rich, the great and the poor. 101 The Byzantine merchant of the Palaeologan period is highly visible in the sources, especially but not only the notarial documents of Venice, Genoa, and Ragusa. The documentation becomes rich starting with the late 13th century. Furthermore, Greeks from the Latin-occupied parts of the former Byzantine Empire were very active in trade. This is very much the case with the Greeks of Crete and Rhodes, but also of other areas. 102 The activities of this second category of merchants will not be examined here, although there is promising work to be done on the networks they established. As far as the Byzantine Greeks and those of the Black Sea coasts are concerned, certain important traits are clearly discernible. Fragmentary Byzantine documentation shows the existence, throughout the period, of merchants of limited means and activity, who dealt mostly in agricultural products. There were also people who lived in the cities, who were engaged in trade, and who owned vineyards of a size that permits the conclusion that they produced for the market. 103 Such merchants must have been very numerous, trading locally or engaged in regional trade of foodstuffs and cloth. Some of them would have carried out their activities quite independently of Western merchants. Our documentation, however, heavily although not exclusively Italian, highlights the Byzantine merchant whose activities are intimately and inextricably linked with the trading networks established by the Venetians and the Genoese. In the Eastern subsystem, from the late 13th century onward, Byzantine merchants from Constantinople and then, increasingly in the course of the 14th century, from the Black Sea areas or from Thrace, who conduct their business with or through the Genoese. They are, with some exceptions, people with small or in any case limited capital, who enter into business arrangements, among them comenda contracts and exchange contracts, with Genoese merchants. Some reside in Genoese colonies, including Caffa. They sail in relatively small ships. They deal mostly in grain of various kinds, which they transport as far as the Genoese colony of Pera and no further. The movement of merchandise from Pera to Genoa is done on Genoese ships. The Byzantines therefore feed the Genoese grain trade. The presence of these merchants becomes much more visible in the 1340s and the 1360s, partly as an accident of documentation but partly also because the grain trade perhaps changed form after the troubles with the Tatars of the Crimea, and became more dependent on numerous smaller sources of supply. By the late 14th and early 15th centuries, again a period of political crisis, some merchants were sailing over longer distances, into the Aegean and Chios. A few ventured into southern Russia and Wallachia, to buy furs among other things, a new and interesting departure for Byzantine traders. By that time too, the role of the Byzantine merchant of Constantinople had changed. The civil war that ended in 1354 had deprived many aristocratic families of their landed possessions, while the demographic problems and the constant wars and invasions had made land unprotable. Byzantine aristocrats, therefore, turned to trade, and members of some of the most important families are among the merchants of Constantinople in the late period. This is a very significant departure for the Byzantine aristocracy. But high social status did not change the terms under which they did business. Their activities were intimately tied to those of the Genoese and the Venetians. The accounts of Giacomo Badoer are full of the names of Byzantine aristocrats. Greeks form 27% of the merchants in his account book. In terms of the value of their transactions, they account for 25% of goods purchased and 9.5% of the goods sold to Badoer. They engage mostly in retail trade. There are also Greek bankers, also belonging to great families. This is an important pointer to the position of the Greeks in the trade system. They supplied the great commerce dominated by Venetians and Genoese, and they engaged in activities that supported this commerce, currency exchange, deposits and so on. Their knowledge of local conditions and personalities, as well as languages, gave them an advantageous position from which they served Italian interests well. Byzantine merchants did not set the conditions of or the framework for trade or banking activity. This intimate connection was sometimes reinforced by family ties. the de Draperies family of men of affairs was among the richest in Pera. They were connected by marriage to the important Palaiologos and Livatarios families, and they bought and exported grain produced on imperial estates. 104 By the very late period, the comprador nature of the activities of Greek businessmen becomes personified in the notaras family. Merchants, members of the petty aristocracy of Monemvasia, the notaras relocated to Constantinople in the 1340s. The RST important member of the family, George Notaras, engaged in trade in the Black Sea and the northern Aegean, in close collaboration with the Genos. His son acquired shares in the Venetian public debt and in the Compere of Caffa and Pera. His grandson, Lucas Notaras, held the highest office, that of Grand Duke in the last Byzantine government. Lucas' fortune was securely invested in the public debt of Venice and Genoa, and he held both Genos and Venetian citizenship. 105 He is nevertheless best known for the statement attributed to him just before the fall of Constantinople to the Ottomans in 1453, "It would be better to see the Turkish turban rule in the center of the city than the Latin mitre." 106. In the Western subsystem, although there were several differences, the role of the Greek merchant was substantially the same. Here, Thessalonica was the center. Its role, when political circumstances did not strangle it, was primarily to collect the products of the hinterland for export to Venice, and serve as a center of distribution of Western imports. This, too, was the role of the merchants of Western Greece, from the Peloponnese up the Dalmatian coast and the Macedonian and Serbian hinterland. Local trade was thriving, and to a considerable but non-quantifiable extent it was tied to the needs of Italian commerce. Such, then, was the role of the Byzantine merchants and bankers. Their activities were the rivulets that fed the great rivers of Italian commerce, and they were relegated to a service role. Many made a living out of this role, and a few people gained considerable fortunes. The fact that they controlled neither communications nor the money markets nor the information mechanisms placed limits on their activities. The full effect of these limitations may be seen in the events of the 1340s. There was, at the time, a merchant group in Constantinople, powerful and wealthy through trade in the Black Sea. The problems faced by the Genos in the Crimea in the 1340s allowed these merchants to expand their activities significantly. They seem to have done a heavy trade in grain. Eventually, there was full-scale war with Genoa, which ended in the defeat of the Byzantines. The desire of the Genos to virtually forbid the access of the Byzantines to the Black Sea was not fooled, but the cost of the war was so heavy for this merchant class that large-scale Byzantine mercantile activity in the Black Sea is not attested from that time on. Only a few Byzantines were able to make beneficial use of the possibilities offered by international commerce to extend their activities in ways that foretell the future. The activities of some Byzantines in Russia and Wallachia are an early harbinger of the extensive networks that Greeks would establish in these lands. The establishment of some Greeks in Bruges are an early form of the successful Greek colonies in European cities, especially in Central Europe. 107. Both events took place in the 15th century. Both developments would flourish during the period of Ottoman domination. As for the Byzantine economy generally, it profited from all these developments insofar as active trade stimulated production, and insofar as part of the population gained a living from trade. It lost to the extent that its structure was determined by the needs of others. It had a large agricultural sector and an active economy of exchange. What was missing was manufacturing on a large scale and for the large European or Eastern markets where the money was made. The Byzantine economy lost revenues in the secondary sector, in maritime transport, and in tax revenues. Here the impact of Western penetration was most destructive. Monetary developments 108. In the long run, the conquest of Constantinople in 1204 entailed a major disruption of the monetary situation in the Byzantine world. 109 Through the 12th century, a unit currency had prevailed in the empire, foreign coins were not accepted and Byzantine gold played an important role in international trade. Starting from the mid-13th century, Foreign coins increasingly penetrated local circulation, which became more and more fragmented. From the 14th century, Western gold currencies dominated Mediterranean exchanges, while Byzantium was left with a silver hyperpyron and poor petty coins of very restricted circulation. This turnaround was not an instant process, as we will see, before we outline on the one hand the transformation of the Byzantine coinage and its shift from gold to silver, and, on the other hand, the opening of the Byzantine monetary market and its fragmentation into smaller areas of circulation. The partition of the empire into various successor states led of course to the creation of regional, national, coinages which, while proclaiming their identity by iconographic devices, retain the previous imperial tradition with only minor adaptations in the metal content. One adaptation was the abandonment of the previous gold/silver alloy for the triquephilan, which became a pure silver coin. The other was the null shift to a pure copper alloy for the stamenon. The Empire of Nicaea issued the entire series of denominations, including gold. In spite of the imperial ambitions of the despots of Epirus, the mint of Thessalonica was content with silver triquephala, abundant issues of copper stamina and minor quantities of tetardura and half-tetardura. The despotate of Epirus struck only rare issues of electrum and stamina. The Bulgarian state issued rare hyperpyra and more stamina only after Ivan Asen II's victory over Theodore Komnenos in 1230. The Serbian ruler Stefan Radoslav issued an even rarer triquephilan in his fortress of Ras. In the Empire of Trebizond, the RST coins were stamina of Andronikos I, followed by electrum trachea of Manuel I. All these continued the Byzantine tradition of the 12th century. The copying of John II Komnenos hyperpyra by John III Vatatzes of Nicaea, and the fact that triquephala were often called monoelati or monoelata, whether they were issues of Manuel I Komnenos or not, show how the model and prestige of the previous coinage persisted. This might be considered a political stance, but it was also of an economic nature. That the Byzantine model was inescapable can be deduced from the fact that the Latin Empire of Constantinople never introduced Western elements in its coins as it did on its bilingual seals, for fear that they would not be accepted by the public. The Latin Empire's elusive coinage was a purely imitative one. It included perhaps hyperpyra and consisted mainly of bilan stamina, containing just 0.15% silver which imitated loosely the issues of emperors of the 12th and 13th centuries, and introduced a few new iconographical types of Latin origin. However, this post-Komnean monetary koine, so to speak, was of limited duration, as will be seen below. After 1261, the restored empire of the Palaiologoi was the only state that maintained the Byzantine tradition of a trimetallic monetary system. Its Balkan neighbors now imitated mainly the Western silver grosso, while in Anatolia the Turkomans and the Ottomans relied on small silver coins and copper menhirs. The Palaiologan system itself had to adapt to include Western-inspired denominations in the early 14th century, and underwent a complete upheaval in 1367 with the creation of the silver hyperpyron system. This is best understood with the help of the following table. The adaptation of the early 14th century consisted of the replacement of the silver concave triquephilan by a coin which imitated the Venetian grosso and was called both ducaton and basilicon, and of the introduction of a bilan coin on the model of the denier tournoise of Frankish Greece. A more important evolution was on its way, namely, the steady weakening of the gold hyperpyron, which the historian George Pachymers sums up and explains with great precision. The nomisma was debased because of need. At RST, under John Ducas the rent gold of nomismata amounted to 2/3 of their weight, and this situation continued under his successor. Then, under Michael, after the recovery of the city, because of the expenses then necessary, not least with regard to the Italians, he reduced the measure of gold by a carat, so that the total of 24 units fell to a ratio of 15:9. Later, when he was succeeded, it amounted to 14 compared with 10, and now the purity is said to be mixed by half. 110. All of Pachymers' agree with the data found in the section on the alloy of gold coins in Francesco Balducci Pigalotti's Manual of Trade. Pigalotti relied on touchstone and reassays that the merchants took great care to practice. 111 The gears are also confirmed by modern chemical analyses. 112 The causes of the debasement adduced by the Byzantine historian are indisputable. The relationship between strains on imperial nances and the various stages of the debasement process can even be established in close detail. 113 The quantities struck declined progressively in the 1320s and, after 1353, gold coins ceased being struck altogether in Byzantium. The 1,000-year-old history of the solidus nomisma or bezant had come to an end. 114. Even if nances were exhausted, the Byzantines' adaptability was not, and in 1367 an entirely new system based on silver was introduced. This was a complete and double reversal from the previous situation when the Western currency was primarily silver and the Byzantine was gold. Since the second half of the 13th century, the West had returned to gold and, as will be seen below, in the 14th century Venetian gold issues came to dominate the long-distance trade of the Eastern Mediterranean. 115 The hyperpyron was now only a money of account. Its value could be paid by two big silver coins, called stavrati or stravati in the sources, a reference to their prototype, the double Carlino or Gigliato of the Angevins of Naples with its ornate cross. 116 These coins, equivalent to twice the weight of any metal in the last hyperpyra at a 1:9 gold-silver ratio, were supplemented by two divisions of 1/2 and 1/4, and two small copper coins. Thus, the Byzantine range of denominations was still broad and could meet different levels of transactions, as documented in the accounts of Giacomo Badoer. 117 Another important difference with the situation prevailing before 1204 lies in the organization of minting. The Constantinopolitan Mint 118 had changed from a directly managed imperial workshop into one which could accept bullion or coins brought by private individuals, and was probably farmed out from the mid-14th century onwards. 119 The revenues of the mint were surely considered important by the state, as is shown by the claim made in 1258 by Michael VIII to a share in the Commercian and Chrysepsitain of the Constantinople mint. The extreme variety in types of copper coinage, characteristic of post-1204 issues, points also to possible regular changes yielding signourage prot on forced exchange, like the Western Renovationese. The numerous privy marks on the hyperpyra have also led to similar speculation which cannot yet be proven. Many of them also designated the moneyers in charge. 120 This evolution of coinage production and its context illustrate the decisive role that Western money, particularly Italian, played in the circulation in the Eastern Mediterranean, to which we now turn. The rupture created in 1204 determined two radical changes in monetary circulation. On the one hand, a greater fragmentation into several regional monetary areas that depended on various new political entities resulted in a multiplicity of coins and weights and an increase in transaction costs. On the other hand, the exclusive use of Byzantine currency in imperial territory ended, while exactly the reverse evolution was taking place in the West, where certain states were imposing the exclusive circulation of their coinage. The opening of the monetary market had major consequences. Following trade, the Italian hard currencies in gold and silver, which were more stable and more abundant than Byzantine specie, came to dominate exchanges. In the RST half of the 13th century, the hyperpyron had remained the currency of high-value transactions and long-distance trade in the Byzantine world, as evidenced by Romanian, Bulgarian, and Greek hordes. In Venetian territories, it was chosen as a money of account. In Sicily, the Augustal of Frederick II Hohenstaufen was struck at the hyperpyron standard of 21 carats. The hyperpyron was fairly widespread until the 1320s and is still mentioned 50 years after it had ceased being struck. 121 But the steady decline in its nana sapped its value in terms of the gold ducat of Venice, created in 1282, and the ducat replaced it in long-distance trade from the 1350s onward. The worsening financial situation of the empire was compounded by the international monetary context of the reglobalized Mediterranean economy. Different gold to silver ratios in Byzantium and the Islamic world on the one hand, and Western Europe on the other entailed constant exports of metal and coins among these three zones. They resulted in the double reversal of the monetary systems, which we saw above. 122 The gold ducat was not the only, nor the RST Venetian coin to penetrate the monetary circulation in Byzantium. The silver ducat or grosso, created in 1194 as a multiple of the debased denier of insufficient value, reached the southern Balkans in the 1270s, where it replaced the English esterlins and the French or Frankish deniers tournois, introduced after 1204. Later on, it spread to Bulgaria and Thrace. Many Athonite documents mention cases of hyperpera paid in Venetian ducats or in ounces of ducats until the mid-14th century, when the shortage of silver in Venice put an end to this export. In Asia Minor and in the Balkans, the Ottoman aspers accompanied the Turkish advance. In fact, all these currencies were replacing the Byzantine coinage because it had become too unreliable and was insufficient in quantity. The resulting circulation was a mix of local monetary markets for petty or small coinages with an international one where several renowned hard currencies coexisted. Though dominant, the Venetian ducat was at par with Florentinians or Genoese gold ducats, and the silver ducat was represented not only by the Venetian coin, but also by its many imitations, Serbian, Bulgarian, etc. The widespread variety of imitations, such as those of the gold ducat or the gigliato by Turkish and other states, shows the disruption of the minting monopoly that had prevailed before 1204 and the competitive debasement to which states resorted in order to gain the highest prot from signourage. Now Byzantium was out of this game, as Gemistos Plethon bitterly complained in 1420, it is truly absurd to employ these foreign copper pieces which are also bad coins, for which others reap the prot, whereas we, for our part, retain only the ridicule. 123. All elements of this heading hold true for the period after the 1340s, that is, for the last century or so of the existence of the Byzantine Empire. The state was, then, virtually dissolved. They are somewhat less true for the period between the 1320s and the 1340s, and progressively less true the farther back one goes in time. Yet the factors that led to the dissolution of the state can be perceived clearly during the reign of the Rst2 Palaiologoi. After the 1340s, the state abandoned any semblance of its traditional role, policies and degrees of freedom. The Greek splinter states created after 1204 saw themselves as the continuators of the komnoi. In terms of the history of the economy, the question one must ask is to what degree they continued to structure the economy, and to be major players on the economic scene. Little is known about the despotate of Epirus and the empire of Trebizond in this respect, for lack of studies that would elucidate such issues. The policies of the emperors of Nicaea, in Asia Minor, are clearer. There is no question that the state here played a structural role. The hostility of Nicene emperors to international trade was specifically directed toward the West. Despite treaties with the Venetians, John III Vatatzes passed sumptuary laws forbidding the use of foreign luxury goods. 124 The Nicene state, heir to large and now lordless tracts of land, was centered on agriculture. For the Rst time, considerable investments were made in the management of imperial estates, and encouragement was given to other large landlords to do the same. The Rst2 Palaiologan emperors, Michael VIII and Andronikos II, also had what may be termed an economic policy. They had a state apparatus that needed revenues, a foreign policy that entailed expenses, and imperial officials who enriched themselves through the performance of their duties. 125 The two emperors exercised a heavy scality, making use of regalian rights that had been instituted by the Komnean emperors, and imposing extraordinary taxes to meet the expenses of recovering lost territories and defending the ones they had. 126 But they undermined their own policy by making Even greater grants of privileges than earlier emperors. Extensive grants of territory and privileges to private individuals, cities, and monasteries, even when some regally and rights were safeguarded, correspondingly reduced the economic power of the state. Michael VIII allowed pronotal lands to become hereditary, reinforcing this trend. On whom did the heavy scality fall? Clearly, on an ever-reduced tax base, which could less and less support the traditional needs of the state. A similar situation, in effect if not in intent, obtained with the privileges granted to Italian city-states. Byzantine emperors exercised a theoretical authority in economic matters when they granted commercial privileges. But their overall policy is economic or skill logic. They lost revenues by making the Italians tax-exempt and allowing the Genoese a quasi-autonomy in their colony in Pera. At the same time, they charged in Constantinople a commercian of 10%, or the highest in the eastern Mediterranean. The Genoese collected skill revenues as well as commercial bonnets from Pera. The result, predictably, was that merchants went through Pera rather than through Constantinople, and the skill revenues from trade became picayune, without reducing the burden on non-privileged Byzantine merchants. A Byzantine historian wrote that, at about the middle of the 14th century, the Byzantine part of Constantinople collected 30,000 gold coins a year from customs duties, whereas the Genoese in Pera had 200,000. 127 in 1347/8, John VI Canticusnos tried to remedy the situation by reducing the commercian to 2%, or the same rate American Samoa in Pera. But it was much too late by then. Clearly, in the long run the policy of skill harshness touching fewer and fewer people, combined with grants of privileges to more and more groups, is untenable. And so it proved to be. In the course of the civil wars and the period that followed, the grant of privileges accelerated, and so did the deleterious results. The dissolution of the state proceeded apace, especially when the Ottomans, as a result of the Great Civil War that ended in 1354, established themselves in Europe. The institutional support that the Byzantine state had traditionally given to economic activity was reduced to vanishing point by the last decades of the existence of the state. Certainly, the state did not integrate the domestic market anymore. Indeed, by the late 13th century, the domestic market as an integrated unit ceased to exist, and was dissolved into the Italian-dominated international trade system. In terms of defense, the central state still and always retained the duty to provide for it. But at the local level defense was exercised by local strongmen of one sort or another, with the complicity or active encouragement of the state. The multiplication of towers, erected by individuals or monasteries, to provide refuge for peasants and others, and perhaps to store crops, is a visible sign of this devolution of authority. 128 The Byzantine state really retained only the possibility of defending its diminishing territory through diplomacy, a task which, it must be admitted, it carried out rather effectively for a long time. A unit and trustworthy currency had been one of the comparative advantages of the Byzantine economy until the late 12th century. This advantage was lost, as the territories of the Byzantine Empire saw the proliferation of Western, especially Venetian, coins used for transactions even among Byzantines, from the second half of the 13th century. By the late 14th century, coins of Byzantine issue circulated only in Constantinople and its hinterland. Thus the integrating role of the Byzantine coinage, with the attendant bonnets for the Byzantines, was lost. Only legislation retained its traditional role, more or less, but new legislation with general applicability was rarely issued in the Palaeologan period. The role of the state in the economy, then, was greatly reduced. The role of Constantinople was also reduced, since the functions it had led in the past either disappeared, or changed. It is not even the case that Constantinople set fashion, and therefore elite demand, anymore. That role seems to have devolved to Italy. Not only was the role of the state reduced, it also changed fundamentally. Perhaps the most important action that only the state could still perform was to create institutional regulations affecting the conditions of trade. The grant of privileges to Byzantines, or foreigners, was the contribution of the Byzantine state to the developing trade system. This was a considerable prerogative, constantly reduced by being given away. Others led the void thus created. To some extent, the role of the state was replaced by that of the monasteries. Certainly, monasteries and the church generally now became the largest landowner, as the state had been in the past. But the most important part was played by the Italian city-states. It was they who integrated the politically weak and decentralized areas into an economic system. Economics worked where politics did not, until the Ottomans re-established political integration. Ideology. The ideological discourse regarding economic matters becomes somewhat incoherent in this period, in the sense that two schools of thought and practice, with widely different implications, which had always coexisted, emerge more sharply now. It is perhaps to be expected that the state and its offshoots can be credited with rather limited action with a consistent ideological base, except for the efforts to re-establish state monopolies and to exercise regalia and rights. It is, rather, from the pen of theologians, jurists, and one philosopher that the two different positions emerge. One set of attitudes continues trends that were in force in the 12th century. It is represented by the writings of Thomas Magistros in the early 14th century and Nicholas Cavasilis later in that century. They place emphasis on private property and the importance of safeguarding it. This is a medieval defense of private property. What both are trying to safeguard against is the actions of the SC, which endangered privileges and lands that as often as not had been granted by the state itself, the pronoa, for example, as well as ecclesiastical property. A more general argument, made by Cavasilis, that if private goods are not secure from state action people will stop working, so production will come to an end, has a good liberal air about it, but for all its general aspect it arises from specific and limited concerns. 129 More interesting is the development of the protection afforded by the legislation on laesio enormis, a trend that is very much in line with the 11th and 12th centuries. In practice, the protection lapsed. Sales contracts of the 13th and 14th century frequently have the form of combined sale and donation, which safeguards the price against any subsequent contestation that might have been based on the legislation on preemption and on laesio enormis. 130 In the same period, a clause is inserted in the contracts by which the seller renounces all legal protections afforded him by the laws on laesio enormis. Thus, freedom of exchange remains untrammeled. When, in the middle of the 14th century, the great jurist Constantine Harmenopoulos wrote the legal compilation Hexabiblos, which had a very long life, he essentially did away with the protection afforded to those who sold at an exceedingly low price. The combined effect of all this was to make inoperative any definition of the just price other than the one that makes it equivalent to the market price. One might say that we have here an acceptance, by these individuals and in this respect, of the economic mechanisms of their day. At the very end of the 14th century, the Patriarchal Tribunal of Constantinople, which also judged cases involving contracts, seems to have retained the memory of the older tenor of the legislation regarding extreme damage, and with it the notion of just price. On the other hand, it did not regard economic need as creating a presumption of force that annuls contracts. A different set of ideological statements can be described as regressive, traditional, or rigorist, depending on one's viewpoint. They all seek to reinstitute state controls according to the principle that the state has the right and duty to intervene in the economic process in order to serve the greater good of safeguarding justice in exchange and promoting social justice. This position emerged with clarity in moments of crisis, of which there were many. In the early 14th century, the Patriarch of Constantinople, Athanasios I, wrote urgent letters to the emperor regarding the famine then raging in Constantinople. He reminded the ruler that the particular function of the imperial power is the exercise of justice, including the economic protection of the population, and that there was a just price and a just prod. He asked the emperor to take measures to stop the stockpiling of grain, and to regulate the price of grain and bread. 131 Lending at interest became a topic of debate in mid-14th century Thessalonica, in the wake of the disasters and impoverishment brought about by civil wars and invasions. Three different important groups each in his own way adopted a hostile attitude toward lending at interest. The theologian Nicholas Cavacilus was the most vocal in this respect. He condemned lending at interest unequivocally and, uncharacteristically for Byzantium, contested the civil laws that permitted it to laymen. His argumentation was less interesting than that of the 12th century canonists, and far less interesting than that of Western theologians ever since St. Thomas Aquinas, but it was presented with passion. The eminent jurist Constantine Harmenopoulos, and the less eminent but nevertheless very influential Matthew V. Lastaires, who produced a compendium of civil and ecclesiastical law, presented the civil laws that permitted lending at interest. But by slightly misrepresenting or misplacing the pertinent laws, they introduced a strong legal bias against interest-bearing loans. This is the RST time, since the late 9th century, that such attitudes found their way into the legislation. 132 George Gemistos Plethon, who lived in Mistra in the RST half of the 15th century, was a Platonist, who, among other things, wrote on political economy. His writings argue for the introduction of reforms that would create an economy very unlike what existed in his time. His ideal state was based on agriculture, industry and commerce had a subordinate and not very honorable place. He argued for the use value of land, it was a common good, to be used by anyone who could make it productive. Agricultural production should be equally shared by capital, labor, and the security forces. In terms of international economic relations, he raised the concept of self-sufficiency to the macroeconomic level. Imports of necessities would be permitted, but exports would only be allowed in very specific situations, and with a tariff of 50%. The use of money was discouraged, and international trade would ideally take place by barter. All of this was radical, and it was coherent. But it negated all contemporary realities, and sought refuge in a closed, self-sufficient, protectionist system. It was an extreme reaction to the open, international markets of the period, and to the position that the Byzantine lands had in it. 133 Interestingly, his ideas have close parallels to the position of the literati in the famous debate on salt and iron, which had taken place in the Chinese court many centuries earlier. In both cases, commercial expansion had apparently created great social and economic inequalities, which made some people search for a lost self-sufficient agricultural paradise. 134. 6. The Byzantine economy as exemplar, the Byzantine and the Western medieval economies. The Byzantine economy as exemplar. Throughout its long history the Byzantine Empire had a mixed and complex economy. The state played a role whose importance and weight varied depending on the development of production. But it was never the sole economic actor, and it never operated in an environment where economic processes were suspended. In other words, market forces always operated, with greater or lesser impact. In the period immediately following the 7th century crisis, the presence of the state and its scality was paramount. Even then, however, basic economic laws functioned. Thus, when, in 769, Constantine V ordered the payment of base taxes in cash, the markets were flooded with agricultural products whose price plummeted. Until sometime in the 10th century, the state was the major motor force. It set in motion monetary circulation, for example, by collecting much of the added value of agricultural production and paying it out in public works and salaries to officials and soldiers. Once that had been done, though, money and merchandise circulated through market channels, although to a varying degree depending on the economic sector and area. Liberalization, in the sense of a greater autonomy of the markets, including the land market, began in stages in the course of the 10th century and continued through the 11th and 12th, while after that it took a particular form, since it occurred within the conditions created by an Italian-dominated Mediterranean economy. The state still played an important role, whose specificities have been discussed in the appropriate chapters. This economic system, whose variations are such that they invite the conclusion that there are several systems succeeding each other, was characterized by coherence, functionality, and exibility, until it was disaggregated because of both structural problems and the international economic situation, sometime in the middle of the 14th century. In the 10th century, the system that had evolved since the aftermath of the 7th century crisis reached its maturity. It looks well structured. Agriculture, manufacture and commerce had been developing slowly but surely, in a secular trend of controlled growth. The state had increasingly guaranteed safety and put into effect policies that promoted stability. One is the village community, which was much more than a skill invention, functioning as a structuring mechanism that allowed peasants to collectively assure the productive capacity of the land and also to increase it, through land clearance. Another is the effort to prevent accumulation of land or resources in the hands of individuals, thus ensuring a sort of social justice, although perhaps hampering rapid economic growth. Another still is the oversight of manufacturing and trade in Constantinople, though not, it seems, in the provinces. The policies were grounded in and further promoted a specific ideological stance as to the social and economic role of the state. The system outlined above was coherent but not free of tensions. At the time when it mattered, the state had provided security and stability. But the growth thus engendered created new opportunities for landlords, artisans, traders, and some peasants. By the 10th century, the rise in production, accompanying demographic growth, and the multiplication of towns and cities created favorable conditions for internal trade, and was one of the factors that led the elite to seek the accumulation of resources. At the same time, elite demand for luxury and semi-luxury products grew, and was at the base of the growth of regional manufactures. Specialized production of pottery, glass, and textiles took place in a number of cities. Trade, both regional and international, quickened, and that before the appearance of Western merchants. New possibilities of enrichment appeared, both in agricultural and other production and through exchange. Government regulations were, as a result, relaxed, both in the countryside and, it would seem, in the cities. A significant part of agricultural production took place on large estates, which became important players in the countryside. Trade was freer than before. The Byzantine economy as exemplar 233. Even though the privileges granted to Western merchants remind us that we are dealing with a medieval, not a modern concept of the freedom of trade. Ideology, too, evolved, to accommodate the pursuit of profit and to insist on the sanctity of contracts. The state remained a major actor, but the role of other actors increased considerably, so that the system now in effect differed considerably from the earlier one. In the realm of economics, the 10th century system did not collapse. It evolved into a different one that conformed to evolving realities. This exibility was to a considerable extent facilitated by state action. However, the political system, extractive and authoritarian in the 12th century, gave rise to internal tensions and showed itself incapable of holding the empire together. Such was the situation in 1204. The 13th century continued to be a period of economic growth in certain sectors. As the power of the state was reduced, especially after the late 13th century and catastrophically after the 1340s, the importance of other economic actors rose commensurately. However, this is far from an example of a liberal or neoliberal paradise. The reduced size and economic weight of the state eventually disaggregated the national market, although not the regional or local markets. At the same time, international developments worked to the disadvantage of the Byzantine economy. In an increasingly internationalized commercial world, economic power was in the hands of those who controlled commerce. Progress in commercial techniques, shipping, banking, manufacturing became rapid in parts of Western Europe in the 13th century and after. In this world, Byzantine products could not compete, and the Byzantine economy itself became, to some degree, ancillary. Thus, Byzantium entered in a weakened state the pan-European crisis of the 1340s, and, faced also with the expansionary Ottoman state, had fewer powers of recovery. Individuals prospered, but the system nearly failed, in the last century of the existence of the Byzantine state. The failure of the last 100 years cannot obscure the achievements of the centuries that preceded it. The Byzantine economy was strong and successful for a very long time. Indeed, it is probably the most successful example of a mixed economy in the European Middle Ages. This is a statement which would have surprised Byzantinists of the past. The realization that the economy was flourishing in the 11th and 12th centuries is a discovery of the last few decades, that some sectors continued to grow in the 13th, a still more recent scholarly position. As for the fact that it was a mixed economy, with all that implies, although a few voices have mentioned it in the past, the most common position has been that this was a highly protectionist economy, with overwhelming state intrusion, and that there was a conflict between state action and market forces, the existence of one virtually excluding the other. Scholars have argued that protectionism was good and that it was bad. Much of this is colored, explicitly or implicitly, by post-19th century evaluations of the economic success or failure of state-dominated systems or the free market. That the Byzantine economy was a mixed one is an observable fact, as we hope to have demonstrated. The evaluation of this fact can be helped to some extent by present-day development and growth theory, some practitioners of which recognize a positive role as well as failures in both state intervention and the market. The contribution of the state in guaranteeing security and safety, creating infrastructures, safeguarding institutional mechanisms, offering legal guarantees and, in modern societies, promoting health, education, and research is generally recognized. The failures of state intervention revolve around the potential rigidity of planning, the inability to respond quickly to changed conditions, the sting of initiative and the possibility of domination by narrow interest groups. The benefits of the market are thought to be the liberation of private initiative, flexibility, quick adjustment to changing business conditions. The failures lie in the fact that no market is perfect, in the possibility of monopolistic markets, in the fact that individuals or institutions may have poor information, or may respond in ways that are not beneficial. Above all, there is the possibility that the impersonal market creates economic and social inequalities, sometimes beyond what each society will tolerate. 3. The categorization and the vocabulary are modern, but some of the major aspects of the two systems existed in the past, and indeed some were articulated in the famous debate on iron and salt, in China, in the RST century BC. 4. If one looks at medieval realities, one will see the elements of the advantages and disadvantages of both systems in the Byzantine economy. But the fact is that for a long time, for 700 years, if one begins with the 7th century, the combination of state action and private enterprise was felicitous, the advantages of both outweighing the odds. Byzantium was prosperous through the 12th century, indeed more prosperous than most parts of Western Europe, with a higher standard of living and probably a higher basic literacy than in the West. 5. It was a system that, far from being immutable, proved itself to be flexible, preserving for a long time the fragile equilibrium between growth and stability. To that extent, it is an exemplar of a successful mixed economy, as impressive an achievement as Byzantine art. The Byzantine and the Western medieval economies discussions of the Byzantine economy almost always compare it, explicitly or implicitly, with the economies of Western Europe in the Middle Ages. Comparisons are sometimes drawn for the wrong reason. Western Europe eventually developed capitalism, and thus becomes a model against which all other economies are examined, and usually found wanting. This, in our view, is a historiographical and methodological error. There are, however, other, more solid reasons to attempt the comparison. Both Byzantium and parts of Western Europe came out of the late Roman system and the crisis it underwent. The Roman heritage included legal concepts, laws, and structures, retained in Byzantium, recovered in the West, while a shared Christianity had a powerful input into economic ideology. Long-term factors such as climate and land are common to the Mediterranean areas. Byzantium and Western Europe were, at various times, in contact, and, beginning in the 11th century, the economic contacts became intense. There are also structural elements shared by Western and Byzantine systems. Any comparison must avoid the fallacy of the model. There are other pitfalls, too, the most important of which is to think that there was one Western European medieval economy. Western Europe shifted in terms of geography as various areas were eventually adopted or forced into the religious, cultural, and economic framework originally elaborated in Francia or in Rome. Most importantly, the Carolingian core expanded northward and eastward, into the lands bordering the North and Baltic Seas. Furthermore, economic historians of the Middle Ages have made it abundantly clear that regional economies were of the utmost importance in this fragmented world. There are, therefore, many Western economies. There is little point in picking and choosing parts of Europe to compare, whereas Byzantine agrarian development might look like that of Italy, the role of the state would be closer to that of the German or the Anglo-Norman state. Nor is it possible to trace developments in various European regions over time and compare each to Byzantium. One may make comparisons of specific developments or concepts or periods, and to some extent this has been done. 6. At the more general level, one may compare structures and study dynamics, or the effects of major events, economic or other. One may also discuss the different sets of possibilities for economic growth and development in the medieval economies in question. 7. Strikingly, there is a broad chronological coincidence in economic developments from the 7th century until sometime in the 13th. 8. The early period of crisis is a general phenomenon, although much less acute in Francia and northern Europe, which had not suffered from the Justinianic plague as southern lands had done. Underpopulation, however, was general, as was the simplification of economic structures and the low degree of economic differentiation. Because of regional differences, the recovery came at different points. It began early in the northern parts of Europe, starting at any point between 550 and 650. It came late in the western Mediterranean and Italy, sometime around 850. In Byzantium, it is evident already in the late 8th century, the existence of the state and institutions, the survival of some cities and exchange had prevented fragmentation and facilitated recovery. 9. The modalities of recovery, however, exhibit certain similarities overall. Demographic and agricultural recovery go hand in hand. Still, generally speaking, once recovery starts, there is a broad upward trend, with periods of interruption and regression, as in those parts of Western Europe that were subject to Norman invasions in the course of the 9th century and to Magyar raids in the first half of the 10th. In Byzantium there does not seem to have been an interruption to the secular trend, unless the paucity of the sources obscures temporary crises. Broadly speaking, then, there is a general upward trend, with acceleration in the 11th and 12th centuries. A break in the pattern comes in the 13th century, when, as we have seen, developments diverged. The mid-14th century crisis affected all of Europe and the Near East, although it did so differentially. When recovery began in Western Europe late in that century, the Western economies had become much more complex and much more dynamic than the Byzantine one. The similarities in chronology demand an explanation. They are due in part to the similarity of structures and factors of growth. In all areas, agriculture was preponderant as an economic activity, no surprise in a pre-industrial society. It was a labor-intensive activity, and so demographic patterns played an important role. The period of growth in all areas goes in tandem with population growth, until the early 14th century. Agricultural activity and human settlement were helped by the little climatic optimum, which began sometime in the 9th century, lasted until the late 13th century, and had beneficial effects on all European areas. 10. Polyculture is equally a general phenomenon in pre-industrial European agriculture, especially in the Mediterranean regions. Still, A certain regional specialization came in early, whatever the original cause, whether the impulse came from the expansion into new lands and the different resource endowments of large estates, as has been suggested for parts of Western Europe, 11 or from the needs of the state and a large metropolis, as well as the existence of towns, as in the Byzantine Empire. The modalities of agricultural development and growth differ significantly. In Western Europe, especially in the northwest, but also in Italy in the mid-10th century and after, these developments took place in the framework of the large estate. In Byzantium, the village structure and an economy based on small farms and villages were very old, 12, whereas in Western Europe the concentration of the population into villages was a development of the Middle Ages, coming at different points in different areas. 13. In Byzantium, the RST stages of growth took place in the framework of the village, further structured by the state which was pursuing its own skill needs. Eventually, as we have seen, in Byzantium too the large estate became the important structuring factor. It was a different large estate from that in the West. The Byzantine Empire never knew the Carolingian system of the bipartite manner, with a large domanial reserve under direct cultivation, and peasant tenures. 14. In Byzantium, the domanial reserve was always small, except perhaps on imperial estates, and small-scale exploitation by peasant households was always the dominant form. Even here, however, there are intriguing convergences, for in the West, with the major exception of England, the units of land under direct cultivation started decreasing in size in the middle of the 9th century, a very slow evolution that apparently continued throughout the Middle Ages. 15. It has been argued that the small peasant tenure is a rational economic decision even for landlords, at a time of demographic growth and a time also when no large economies of scale were possible in agriculture. 16. The same economic logic underlies the slow reduction of imperial estates in Byzantium. If small tenures make economic sense, then one might argue that the Byzantine system of small-scale exploitation was, in fact, an advantageous one. A major difference lies in the fact that the Byzantine Empire did not develop the seigneury banal, with the charges on men and activities that became so important for the revenues of estate owners in Western Europe. Such a development was doubtless hindered by the strong presence of the state. On the other hand, the Byzantine estate owners developed, in the 11th century, sophisticated systems of accounting, estate management, and reinvestment, quite unknown in the West. Also due to the persistence of the state is the higher monetization of the agrarian economy and the consequent existence of salaried labor much earlier than in Western Europe, where it begins to play an important role in the later Middle Ages. 17. Thus, broad similarities in response to demographic and climatic factors reveal, under closer examination, rather important specificities which are connected with different power structures. This should be sufficient warning against economic determinism. Insofar as the urban economy is concerned, there is chronological coincidence in the growth of number and size of cities. There are also functional similarities. Exchange between the city and the countryside plays a role in economic differentiation and growth everywhere. Cities are or become important centers of manufacturing. The chronological coincidence is interesting, and simple to explain at ARST level. Increase of population, production, and productivity makes possible the congregation of people in urban agglomerations or proto-cities, and stimulates exchange which leads to further urban growth. The growing needs of administration work in the same direction. However, the differences are much greater than in the agricultural economies, and at a deeper level the phenomenon is much too complex to discuss here. Furthermore, the study of the origins of towns in Western Europe is an ongoing pursuit, while that of Byzantine towns needs further systematic investigation. 18. Of interest to Byzantine history is the growing consensus that in northwestern Europe before the year 1000 there were proto-urban centers, with a combination of artisanal, commercial, and agricultural activities. 19. This places in proper perspective the fact that early Byzantine towns also had a variety of functions including defense and ecclesiastical and administrative ones. The significant difference is that the great estate did not play the important role in commerce and in the formation of urban agglomerations that it did in the West, The state played that role. In the beginnings of the period of economic recovery, there is little sign in Byzantium of the siding of manufacturing in the monoreal setting, as there was in Carolingian Europe. 20 True, there was, in the late 9th century, a lady in the Peloponnese whose vast estates may have produced silk cloth and woolen carpets, but this is a single piece of information, and it is possible that the production took place in the city of Patras. The Byzantine Empire, ruralized as it became in the wake of the 7th century crisis, never ceased to have towns that functioned both as administrative centers and as centers of at least low-level exchange. The urban expansion, observable in the 10th century and after, did not arise ex nihilo. 21 towns existed, they had markets, money circulated in them, and most archaeological and textual evidence of manufacturing places this activity in towns. The advances of archaeology, which now allow us to speak of Byzantine cities as centers of production already in the late 8th and 9th centuries, increasingly so in the 10th, 12th centuries, have removed national difference between Byzantine and Western cities. In fact, Byzantine production, which is urban and with greater specialization, appears more advanced than the polyvalent dominial production of Western Europe in the early medieval period. In the late Middle Ages, however, the existence of large manufacturing and commercial cities in Flanders and Italy is one of the markers of the divergent development of East and West. Finally, the existence of a megalopolis throughout Byzantine history, with all its implications, is a phenomenon that Western medieval Europe would not experience for a long time. So, if one ignores Constantinople, the function of Western and Byzantine cities in, let us say, the 12th century, is very similar, but the origins and the dynamic differ very considerably. Economic growth, both in Byzantium and in Western Europe, also involved an acceleration of exchange. Scholars have different and varied views on the importance of trade in pre-industrial economies, and specifically in medieval economies. Different opinions also exist on the relative importance of town, country exchange and regional trade versus international trade, or of the role of bulk trade and luxury trade. They cannot be summarized here. Of importance to us is that in Western medieval historiography the concept of a commercial revolution, eloquently argued by R.S. Lopez, 22, has given way to an understanding of the slow process of the development of exchange, in which both professional merchants and agents of monoreal lords played a role. 23. The merchant, whose origins may well have been monoreal, became progressively more professional in the 11th century. In Byzantium, of course, no monoreal origin can be conceived. However, there is evidence, in the 7th and 8th centuries, of imperial officials who also functioned as merchants, their commercial activity being tied to their office in an oligopolistic way, although the pursuit of that activity was subject to economic possibilities and laws. 24. New research has established the existence of exchange in Byzantium, throughout the medieval period, and the uninterrupted existence of professional merchants, whose role increased in the 10th century and after. It is now clear that provincial merchants played an important role, which was not controlled by the state, and that merchants became rich and powerful in the 11th and 12th centuries. The trajectory of merchants and exchange in the period through the 12th century is similar in East and West. The origins and modalities of trade and merchants were different. And so was their development. In the later Middle Ages, neither the large-scale enterprises of a few Italian or northern commercial houses, nor the long-range trade of Westerners can be found in the Byzantine Empire, for reasons that have been discussed. In this context, it is worth noting that the development of trade is not always universally beneficial, as the experience of the Byzantine economy of the later period indicates. The role of money in medieval economies is a difficult area. There are very significant differences within Western Europe itself, differences both chronological and geographical, depending on the status of regional economies and on the power of the various states. It can only be reiterated here that the Byzantine Empire throughout most of its history, with the exception of the last century or so, had a unitary monetary system, guaranteed by the government, which facilitated exchange considerably and reduced the cost of transactions. That dollar of the Middle Ages 25 was one of the comparative advantages of the Byzantine economy. The relative monetization of the Byzantine agrarian economy because of the payment of tax in coin has already been stressed, even as the viscosity of monetary circulation dependent on scality has been recognized. 26. Economic ideology exhibits the same pattern of broad similarity and important differences. The Byzantines had an institutional advance of over 300 years in comparison to the West. They developed the practice of partnership with proportional gains and losses at least as early as the 8th century. Its Western equivalent, the Kalagansa or Komenda, is documented in Venice in the late 11th century, a Byzantine advance of no mean importance. In Byzantium, the development probably had nothing to do with an effort to avoid the opprobrium of lending at interest, as has been argued for Western Europe. Attitudes toward lending at interest show how non-economic factors can influence economic behavior and legislation. Both Byzantine and Western theologians opposed lending at interest, on similar religious arguments. But in Byzantium civil law prevailed, and as a result, interest-bearing loans were not forbidden to laymen except for a very brief period in the 9th century. That banking did not develop in Byzantium in the form it acquired in Western Europe is due to reasons other than the attitude toward loans. As similarities and differences between the Byzantine economy and various Western European economies become apparent, the former no longer looks strange, exotic, or an aberration, and becomes a part of the European economic universe. In this development, the adoption of similar epistemological approaches by scholars has been significant. To take but one example, the role of demand in all these economies has been recognized by scholars of both broad areas as an important factor in economic development. Chris Wickham has made elite demand an explanatory tool, while already in 1989 Alan Harvey had entitled one of the chapters of his important book The Pattern of Demand. 27. Once historians use the same analytical tools, similarities and differences are brought to the fore. Elite demand is important in pre-industrial societies, and especially in the sectors of international exchange and secondary production, although the demand for expensive agricultural goods also affects the rural economy. The investigation of patterns of demand has proved fruitful for the study of the Byzantine economy. It has also underlined, yet again, a major difference with most parts of Western Europe. Especially in the early and high Middle Ages, elite demand in most parts of Western Europe means primarily the demand of the aristocracy, eventually of the feudal aristocracy. In Byzantium, for a long time demand was concentrated in the state and the ruling class, which was state-derived and state-oriented, the officialdom, civil, military and ecclesiastical. That had a powerful impact on both production and distribution. The changing nature of elite demand also influenced economic development, as the aristocracy became more RMLY established, as their territorial and revenue base increased, so demand rose. The city populations eventually came to exercise effective demand, especially for semi-luxury goods like ceramics and textiles, and even special wines and cheeses. The production of semi-luxury goods proved to be a dynamic sector of the economy everywhere in Europe, whether that was Flemish, French, Italian, and eventually English woolen cloth or fussed eons, or half-silks, or pottery and glass. It also was, for a time, an important sector in Byzantine production and exchange. In prestige goods, Byzantium had the upper hand until both the political and the economic power of the state declined, in the 13th century. The linkage of production, distribution, and consumption would seem to be intuitive. Yet in the otherwise fruitful theoretical concern with forms of exchange, economic and non-economic, gift exchange versus commercialized exchange, and in the theoretical discussions regarding the appropriateness or otherwise of economic analysis of ancient and medieval societies, production and distribution have become disjointed. 28. Much of the discussion focuses on exchange, without engaging the process of production which, on the other hand, has been much discussed by both Marxist and neoclassical economic historians. The disjunction has fortunately been questioned, and Western medievalists now investigate the entire economic process. 29. In Byzantine historiography, the separation has been less acute, partly for lack of theoretical discussion. However, the systematic linkage between production and distribution has appeared relatively recently in the bibliography, in the works of A. Harvey and J. Leffert among others. The Byzantine Empire had an integrated economy, given a degree of cohesion by the state. It functioned, for a long time, as a large economic whole, with an important domestic market. In terms of resources and achievement, it was either superior to or could compete very successfully with any European economy, until the late 12th century. However, Western Europe had certain fundamental advantages whose import took hold beginning with the 12th century. One was the existence of vast, resource-rich, and potentially productive areas in the northeastern and central parts, what became Eastern Germany, the Baltic lands, and Hungary. The persistent colonization of these territories, starting as the Carolingian state declined, and continuing with special forcefulness in the 12th and 13th centuries, not only relieved population pressures but also created new resources by stimulating agricultural production and trade in the northeastern areas. This was a very great economic advantage. In the Byzantine Empire, there was land clearance locally, as there was, of course, in Western Europe. Some new lands in Eastern Asia Minor may have been reclaimed in the 11th century. But there were no great spaces into which to expand, and that important aspect of Western history has no counterpart in Byzantium. Another important resource which became available to Western Europeans but not to Byzantines was the renewal of sources of metal supplies. The extraction of iron increased spectacularly in the 11th and 12th centuries. The opening of silver mines in Goslar in the 10th century, and then, in the 12th century, in many places, of which Saxony is perhaps the best known, increased the stock of metal available for monetary use. In Byzantium, there is no evidence of discovery of major new mines. Indeed, with the loss of Asia Minor, many of the mineral resources were no longer available to the Byzantines. The spectacular expansion of Serbia in the 14th century, in the wake of the exploitation of the silver and gold mines of Novo Bordeaux, highlights the importance of the availability of large quantities of silver. 30 large-scale colonization and the discovery of new resources increased the endowments of various areas of Western Europe. Just as important, indeed fundamental, was the eventual linkage of two areas of Europe that were well along in terms of economic growth, the northern areas and the Mediterranean. They had, of course, been in contact before. 31 But over time, contacts became systematic, large-scale and constant. For the land route, the role of the fairs of Champagne in the 12th century needs no elaboration. By sea, the Genoese sent their RST ships to Flanders in the 1270s, and the Venetians were not far behind. In 1291, some intrepid Genoese merchants tried to reach India by circumnavigating Africa. From the late 13th century on, these cities organized regular annual voyages to Flanders. Whereas it would probably be an exaggeration to speak of economic integration, it is nonetheless a fact that this linkage promoted the exchange of differentiated commodities and merchandise over a vast area. In the meantime, Italian merchants had created a Mediterranean trade system. All of this created a dynamic with immense possibilities. The development of manufacturing, the spread of commercial and banking techniques, even the opening of the Atlantic took place in a Europe that was in closer economic contact than ever before. Not all areas developed, and the system had many tensions and points of weakness, as the problems of the mid-14th century showed. But in this Europe, the Byzantine economy occupied a peripheral position. This ultimate divergence is not explicable in economic terms alone. The pattern of Western expansion, one where the conquest of new lands and new markets was carried out by a combination of military and economic means, was foreign to Byzantium, where economic activity outside the state did not depend on force of arms, the conquest of Bulgaria always excepted. An array of political, military, and cultural factors have to be taken into account for a proper understanding of this difference. In any case, it has been shown here that agriculture continued to grow, and trade flourished in Byzantine lands in the 13th century and part of the 14th. The real failure was political in the RST instance. Advances in both Western medieval and Byzantine history have made these two areas look more like each other than they did a few decades ago. Interestingly, the comparison we attempted here was made between economies at a higher level of complexity or development than historians would have thought until recently. This is true especially of the early period, for which Western medievalists now propose a much more robust economy than many of their predecessors. Some Byzantinists have also started to see that the Dark Ages, a designation that should not be used, were not so very dark, and the 11th and 12th centuries have been rehabilitated in Byzantine historiography. Nevertheless, each economy has to be evaluated in its own terms, and comparison has its limits. The Byzantine economy was far from backward, and the fallacy must be avoided of evaluating it against the eventual rise of capitalism in Western Europe. After all, industrial capitalism did not develop until the late 18th century, and its development was neither continuous nor inevitable. 32 When one looks at the Byzantine economy on its own terms and in its own time, the judgment must be that this was a flexible and dynamic economy, which was successful in terms of growth but also provided some important needs of the people, basic necessities, and often a surplus, relative safety, relatively good communications, even a fairly extensive basic literacy, that is, all the factors which today are recognized as constituting true economic development.